Welcome, everybody. What is good? Good morning. All right. Good morning to everybody. You know, Sundo, he's not quite used to getting up early. You know what I mean? You know, it takes a real man to get up early in the morning to watch his team do nothing at the trade deadline. JK, I think we might do something. I think we might do a couple tings. What's going on, everybody? What's up, Lester? We got Gemini in the house. Ivan, Brosif, Lester Neal, Dallas, Regier Productions, ISO Ant, what's good? Ernesto, Devin Amory, Michael Cramen, Nightly in the house. 2K God, what's good? What up, Poison Ivy? Ivy, this is your time to shine, baby boy. All right, this is your time to shine. Pull this cover screen down. What's good, everybody? We're gonna be paying attention to y'all's Twitter a lot today. Okay, so let's go ahead back and let's pull Shams up. Also, I could try again here. I haven't tried in the last 5 minutes to see if Sundo's ready. He is not. Now, when Sundo gets in here, don't let him gaslight you into saying, we said 9 a.m. I said, no, you said 9 a.m. I said, we really should be on at 8. And then he said, you can't wake up at 8 a.m. And I said, watch me. Okay? Don't let Sundo get ooh, here he is. Don't let him get away with it.
Oh,
Sup, Sundo?
Yeah. People want to. Gabe wants to.
Audio's not working, you know? Sometimes when you're late to streams, that's sort of a ting.
Gabe wants to act like he has revisionist history.
Oh, you know what's funny? It isn't your headphones. I didn't turn my headphones on. That's why I can't hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I'm a bozo.
Gabe has revisionist history talking about, we said 8. No, we did not.
We'll go back and look at the tape.
Haydot goes, hey, go live at 10 a.m. Eastern because Haydot is smarter than you. Okay? So we all agreed. Gabe's like, you know what? I'm Mr. Krabs.
They're not going to
I'm gonna go live 30 minutes earlier.
They're not going to fall for that today, baby boy.
Bull crap.
They're not going to fall for that today.
Because Haydot's going to get up and be like, I thought I said 10 a.m. Eastern.
I kept saying 8. You were like 9. I was like, I mean. But it's all good. You're here now.
And guess what? Nothing's happened.
I know.
So imagine that.
I'm glad. I'd rather nothing had happened than us miss something.
Just like I said, things aren't going to go popping until Stephen A. Smith's on the television, which is 10 a.m. Eastern. Okay? This is how it works.
Well, we're going to be here.
Okay? Shams is not out. Shams is not in the office yet. They got a whole show for this. Nothing's going to happen until the show starts.
I doubt that.
Come on, bro.
Listen, early bird gets the worm.
You know, NBA and ESPN want those views for this trade deadline. You know how this works. It's like the NFL draft, you know, when you who the first team's picking, but they take all 15 minutes to talk about it. Same concept.
Ryan Christian says, is there any update on Suns players? Is there any changes? You know, the only thing I can think of that qualifies as a change to our situation is the reports going around that there was a deal in place. You guys have heard this by now, that there was an actual deal, a concrete deal in place to send KD to the Warriors that KD put the kibosh on. Now, here's what worries me about that. How does that not make Kevin Durant feel some type of way when it's time to re-sign? If we're not in a pole position by the time he needs to re-sign, how the hell do we not lose him after?
So, yeah. And also, like, I thought I heard the rumor that he wasn't willing to sign an extension quite yet.
Well, that was the last time it was available. You know, it became available after that sweep versus the Wolves, and it's understandable that he didn't sign it then because we just got swept, and he could make more money off of his extension if he waited a year. Signing early wouldn't have given him the best payout. So it was just a routine. No, let's circle back and get it done.
Jeez, this green screen is going crazy on the stream. That's why I'm keep moving.
I don't know
like
what's
position.
going on.
It's my webcam, bro. Like it keeps because the lighting keeps changing on my webcam. The green keeps changing, so I gotta move in a certain position to get the green screen to actually like stay.
Stefan says, is trade deadline over or not? It is not over. It ends at 2 p.m. Central Time. I believe that's going to be 1 p.m. Valley Time. We're going to be live. Until then, I don't know what we're going to talk about, but we'll find our way along the way.
You might as well just start playing some video games while we're waiting. Gonna play some Marvel Rivals while we're waiting for this to kick off. This is ridiculous. Oh man, I was pumped for this, and then nothing happened last night. And you know what? And I would be fine if Butler would have got traded to the Warriors. It just needed to happen today, not yesterday.
Right. Same thing happened last season. 2 seasons ago, Durant got traded in the middle of the night, totally cucked the experience of a trade
like
deadline.
Same thing happened today. Like, you know, Jimmy Butler is just like, oh, I'm gonna go to the Warriors the day before. Why couldn't you go to the Warriors like in about 2 hours? It would have been fine then.
Oh man.
So now we're just waiting, and I don't even. I have no. I literally, bro. I really have no idea of who the Suns could pull off, who they could get. Like, it's just.
Well, we're going to go through all of those things.
I just have no clue, honestly. Like, the one Valanciunas I wanted, gone. Lonzo Ball I'd like, but can't afford him because we have Beal. Zach LaVine can't afford him because we have Beal, and Beal's not going. You know what I mean? Like, all these players, you're like, man, I would like
LaVine's
to have
with
this.
the Kings.
That's right. See? That changes.
You already got traded.
So, yeah, man, I'm just kind of...
Broseph, we're really ahead of the latest rumors, honestly. There's not much. There's not really much.
Vucevic, but, you know, the Bulls would have to take Nurk, and we'd have to send a...
I think that Vooch is just outside of Nurk's pay anyway, so we'd have to aggregate, which we're not allowed to.
Yep.
So, no, Vucevic ain't on the menu, boys. But you know who is on the menu?
Who?
Getting rid of Nurk. Okay? That's goal number one today.
That's absolutely goal number one, but man, that's such a pathetic goal, bro. A pathetic goal to get rid of Nurk is going to be the highlight of our day. That we have to get rid of draft capital to get rid of him is crazy.
I think if you can get I'm talking usable. I'm talking a role player,
a power
in
forward.
Return,
a power forward,
that
a
you
legit
can actually,
power forward.
Yes. Well, when you say legit,
I'm talking 6'9", 6'8", not Royce O'Neal at 6'6", playing the 4. I want a legitimate 4. Like, if we could pull that off, yes.
Yes, we will. Direct. Knightley says Wendell Carter Jr. Cam Johnson says PHX Marty.
Yeah, Cam Johnson's too expensive. Matter of fact, let me actually confirm if Cam Johnson's too expensive.
Here's the thing, man. I didn't put Kevin Durant in the thumbnail because I thought, but I've been struggling with it because it's like you go back to the fact that we just pissed him off or possibly have pissed him off recently.
Why?
Are we sure?
Mad?
Because we tried to send him somewhere he didn't want to go, and he thought he was Kevin Durant, and he thought that we weren't going to try. Because it's confusing and it's convoluted. You could take it one way or the other. Which way do you think Kevin Durant took it? You could take it as you're the only most valuable piece that we have that we can actually feel comfortable moving off of, so we had to shop you. Or does he take it as y'all think I'm the problem? I'm the one keeping this. I'm the one keeping y'all from losing by 40 every night, like last night.
I don't think they're taking it as he's the. I don't think he should take it as he's the problem. They should take it as, and we're in a bad position, and we made a bad decision with Beal, and you're the only hope that we have of trading to get any assets back.
If a frog had pockets, he'd carry a knife, stab the snake before he ate him. Okay? Who cares about should've and would'ves? Like, he should feel this way. It's Kevin Durant. He's a cantankerous fellow.
Cantankerous. Gave you some big words now.
Is he not?
Big words. I mean, sure.
Everybody know about cantankerous. Even Metro knows what that word means.
Why we throw Metro on the bus? By the way, he's not watching. You want to know why? Because he's at school.
Good. Finally. We're marked safe.
Marked safe from Metro.
Okay. Louis David says, Dear Sundo. It's actually, I like when people address you as Dear Sundo. It's very formal.
I know. It's pretty great.
It's actually 4 p.m. where I live, and I'm here to say let's blow it up. There's no hope for this team. The roster is poorly constructed. Let's keep Book and send the others away. I'm not certain we don't move Kevin Durant today. Like, isn't there time for that to develop?
There is time for that to develop. I'm not certain either. And also, I saw somebody posted on Twitter. I can't remember who it was. I have to look it up again, but they were saying like, "Hey, man,
look it up.
It's still on the table." It was on Bleacher Report.
Look it up while I shuck and jive for likes. Okay?
It was one of those Bleacher Report tweets. You know what I'm saying? So you believe everything you hear on there because they are good friends of ours.
Everybody in the chat, please help us out. Hit that like button. If we can jump up to like 50 likes.
Evan Siddery says it's not happening. Right. So, I believe Evan and Dwayne Rankin when they say it's not happening. But then again, you could just be reporting because maybe the Suns are just hardballing somebody.
I hope not. I don't want them getting rid of KD, but what else can... See, you know what I was thinking today is, like, right when I woke up, I had this feeling of, like... So we struck out with the player that has the no trade clause. So maybe we just need to be super duper callous and unrelenting and ruthless with the players we do have power over. Hey, Grayson, we love you. Bye-bye. In comes Goga Bitadze. Royce, love you. Bye-bye. In comes a first-round pick and some player. Tyus. Thought it was going to be great. Coach doesn't want you. Goodbye. I mean, remember we sent out like 5 people at the trade deadline last season? Does it have to be that we can't do that this season just because we're not making quote-unquote big moves? We're not a part of the blockbuster trade, but can we be part of several ancillary trades?
Well, that's that's what I was saying, but I don't see the ancillary moves that need to be made because here's the deal, bro. I'm looking at this roster and I'm looking at everybody like fix the role players. Okay, here's the deal. Let's go down the list of role players that we have, right? And you tell me, like Royce O'Neal, you want him traded? I think Royce O'Neal's a solid role player.
I don't, but if you're able to, but okay, but we're okay.
But who's out there that you?
Here's why.
Upgrade?
Here's how I would overnight go from who I was last night to where I'm at right now, because I realize we have no other choice.
Nobody on his team defense. So, like, let's just get that out of the way. Okay, nobody on his team defense. So
I don't want to get rid of Royce.
A player thing.
I don't want to get rid of Grey Goose. I don't.
Except for Ryan Dunn. Ryan Dunn defense.
I don't want to get rid of Ryan Dunn. I don't want to get rid of.
No, that's my point. Okay.
But how the fuck do you rebuild or retool if you're not willing to retool? Where does a retool come in at? If you don't move, because clearly you've got players around them that can't get to the rim, don't get to the rim. All they can do is stand out and shoot threes. And when they miss threes, like when they're not on, you lose. They also, none of them guard the 3-point line. And let me tell you, from the perspective of someone who personally is a hypocrite, because I get caught watching the 3-point line when I'm playing, and I know what's going on in my head. They ain't gonna really hit it. Splash, whoops. It's a thing where, like, you either don't have the physical energy to do it, or you don't trust them to hit, or you're more concerned about stopping drives to the paint, or you're just a bad defender, like me. And you get lost. So I love these guys, man. In a perfect world, this shit would work out. Ain't nothing about this world. Ain't nothing about losing 109 to 140 to the Thunder, where Shea goes off for 50 on your ass, and you could have had him, but your dumbasses picked McHale over him and then traded him away. I'm just saying, bro.
We're not doing that.
You have to trade what you can. First of all, you have to trade what's valuable that you can.
Fair enough, but
let them all go.
I'm just looking at this list of players and
get picks. You're not going anywhere this season. That's not changing.
Thank you. Now you saying that.
So Kevin Durant, you want to stay? You don't want to go? Okay. Unfortunately, we're in a situation where we're punting on the season and we're preparing for next season. We'll give you all the rest you want this season. You don't have to play every game. But next season, we're going to come out swinging. We're going to get a couple of draft picks. We're going to get another first rounder. So we're going to pick up 2 rookies this up. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's time to think.
I don't disagree.
Outside the box.
And I've been saying that. But again, so you're now, okay, you're with me. Because I was thinking you're still in the line of, like, we need to improve because we need to get to the playoffs this season. Which, by the way, pretty sure this team is still thinking that way. So that's my thing. I still think they have a shot. They want to still get there. And the report saying that they just need the hope on team improvement is the move to go, shows me that they believe in all the role players that they have, and they're not going to make hardly any changes. And that's my point. Now I'm just going through this list. And so for me, I'm thinking, what role players can you trade to improve? New Shams tweet. Oh no. What does it say, Gabe? That's your guy.
Let me pull it up here.
Anyway, tower defense is probably trolling. But anyway, so
he's talking about Holmgren coming back for the
So Thunder. I don't think that I think the only serious quote unquote move that they want to make is getting rid of Nurk. It may be getting a power forward, and that's it. I just want to know who, right?
Can you help me out? Can you see what John Collins' money situation is?
I'm trying to, but Spotrax picked a terrible time to be down.
Well, it's probably down because it's being overloaded right now.
I keep going to Spotrack. It keeps saying 502 bad gateway. So
I would love, honest to God, bro. I think I would love John Collins because
Brian AZ says 25 mil for John Collins. So that's not happening.
See. Rock, meet hard place. Thank you, Brian.
Yeah, you're in a hard place because you can't get rid of Beal. That's just the honest truth.
So also, here's what we're going to do, you guys. So in streams like this, it's often that you get fake comments like, oh, this blah, blah, blah. So here's how we're gonna play it.
Oh, Gabe's on this Tory Jones.
No. I got a better idea than what they do. Okay.
What time did Collins went to the Spurs, right? Or the Jazz? The Jazz.
Yeah.
Jazz.
Yeah.
Jazz.
So here's what we're gonna do when it comes to that. We're gonna
Walker.
say, if you have news for us, tell us in that who. Like, give us your source. Who's the source tied to that? If you don't put a source, we won't take you seriously. We won't read it. We won't pay attention. And if you lie by attaching a source, oof. That's when the timeouts start happening, right, Sundo?
Absolutely. Yeah, John Collins is $26 million.
And Beal ain't going to Utah, okay?
Where'd Schroeder end up going?
Schroeder he's just like about to be traded. Like, I think they're gonna let him go wherever he is. It's hard to keep track of Schroeder, bro. He moves so
right now. It says
often.
he's on Utah, but like
they're gonna probably buy him out. That's another thing we'll have to talk about is what's the buyout market gonna look like? Is this gonna be a Terrence Ross type of buyout, or is this going to be actually somebody good on the buyout? Brian AZ says, you guys think we trade Grayson? I think there's a likelihood that he gets, because who else are you going to trade? Who else has value that you can trade other than him and Royce and Tyus? See, I know there's got to be NBA teams out there that believe in Tyus. I believe in Tyus more than the Suns do, more than Bud does. Dude, I was literally woken up out of a dead sleep this morning thinking this. I thought, coaches usually have a point guard. Or at least it's nice when a coach has a point guard that's an extension of him on the court, right? Like Steve Nash was the physical body of what Mike D'Antoni wanted to do. Chris Paul was Monty's embodiment of the offense. It was like a quarterback that had all the plays in their head, and the coach and point guard were like locked in together, and it meant something. It meant something to the offense. We have no such connection with Tyus Jones and Bud. Bud's only connection he has like that is with our backup center, Derek Chauvin.
Bud wants Drew Holiday back so bad.
I would kill for Drew Holiday at this point. Lester Neal says, Sundo, would you do Grayson and Nurk for Sexton and Kessler?
Clarkson.
He said Sexton.
I know, but I said Clarkson.
What does Clarkson make?
14. It definitely would work.
14 teen?
It'd be 14 mil is what Clarkson has, but I doubt that would ever happen.
I mean, unless you don't think they're gonna want Grayson? Come on, he's the perfect fit in Utah.
Yeah, but doesn't oh my gosh,
Grayson has been playing terrific basketball for years. He's a lights-out three-point shooter. Grayson would fit nicely on damn near every team. Truly. It's just we haven't wanted to let go of him. This is the first time we're considering that idea with open arms.
Greg says, how many bigs, bro? It's like, bro, here's the problem. We have a big problem. And keep trying to figure out ways to fix it.
I totally agree, Tower. Maybe you could ship Nurkic there as well in that deal. He's saying Grayson Allen to Orlando for Goga would be interesting.
Gabe, you keep joking, but I'm going to say this. We keep talking about all these bigs. We keep talking about all these bigs, but it doesn't matter as long as Plumlee's still on the team. So So like we can keep talking about, oh man, let's get this big, let's get that big. It don't matter as long as Mason Plumlee is on this team and Bud keeps playing him.
The
And
thing
that's a
is,
fact.
what we should have learned about Nick Richards is if Nick Richards had Steve Nash, he'd look incredible. Okay, but he needs someone who can spoon feed him buckets. But that's okay because you can't even spoon feed. My brain's breaking down. You can't even spoon feed Nurk. Not everybody can be spoon fed points. You have to be able to jump over your own cell phone, at least, to be able to catch alley oops. Be explosive around the paint, like be able to pump fake and go into a reverse dunk to get like his buckets have to come with a lot of help and right around the rim. He don't really have, so he's not that different from Plumlee, except he's a way better rebounder. But Bud doesn't trust him to be in the right place at the right time. You got to get a center in here like Goga, who is clearly an upgrade over Plumlee. And I mean, I think Nick Richards is, but as far as the way that they score, you can't really say that Nick Richards scores in a lot of different ways than Plumlee. Am I right?
I mean, lobs and oops and offensive rebounds.
Right. So it's the same style.
It's better.
It's better, but Bud don't trust him. So you got to bring in somebody that Bud is like, oh, yeah, well, this is clearly better. I have to start this guy over him. And then you get – I don't think if you brought in Mark Williams, Coach Bud was going to play Plumlee over him, you know? RTPAZ says, we are done. Well, perhaps, but you got to imagine, I just think it's too early to say they were done. We just found out less than 24 hours ago we weren't getting Jimmy.
Listen to this. So this is not official, but the Lakers were either going to get Jalen Duren or Mark Williams.
No, they were not getting Jalen Duren.
Well, I'm just saying they actually reached out to the Pistons before getting the Mark Williams. Imagine if they would have got that.
I mean, Duren's honestly probably not even as good as Mark Williams yet.
Here's a weird trade that I don't know if it's true. The Wizards are trading 4 second-round picks to the Philadelphia Sixers for a 2026 first-round pick. So there you go.
Say that one more time.
Trade. The Wizards are trading 4 second-round picks to the Philadelphia 76ers for a 2026 first-round pick. So there's a little pointless trade that's out there.
Do something, Shams. Give us something.
Shams is waiting for the show at 3 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll get information about a trade and he'll wait a few hours to let somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
He ain't going to let Flex cook him. Okay? He's not letting anybody cook him. Derek Utzi says the craziest thing is that you make certain tweaks. The Suns are only like 4 games behind 4th. Yes, but do we all have the mental capacity to believe that anymore? That we're going to all of a sudden start playing like a team that isn't small, isn't soft, a team that actually boxes out, actually closes out on the 3. The things I'm naming, Sundo, to me, sound like coaching.
Tower Defense says, if we stand pat, is that what you just read? Because he says, if we stand past the deadline, would it be time to discuss? Yeah, it should be time to discuss James Jones' future. But here's what I will say. I think James Jones is less of a GM and more of an accountant at this point with Matt Ishbia as your owner.
I agree, dude. That's where my belief is in what he is, dude. That's what I think he is. Styles Black says, just seen that we trade Nurk today. Give us a source, Styles.
Yep. I mean, I know they're attempting to trade Nurk. That's for sure, but I don't know if we're doing it.
You have to, dog. Because two things. He can't be great in the locker room right now. I mean, he hasn't popped off and said anything yet. But he is 300 pounds of dead weight. He's dead weight on the court when he plays. He is dead weight. A $17-18 million albatross, a noose, a ball and chain hanging off of your neck. And you, so if for no other reason, Sundo, than to help us get closer to getting outside of that second apron, attach what you have to attach, bro.
Boys Nivey says, why is every team trying to get better than the West? Because we have 3 contracts, one of which we cannot move. We are strapped down because of a trade that we made for Bradley Beal. Simple as that. Like, and we can try to get better. I was just discussing this with Gabe. There's really no try to get better unless you're just trying to get some role player out there, but you can't aggregate. You can't do so. The Suns are in a hard place, dude. They really are. They got a bunch of bad contracts on this team. And by bad, I mean just Nurk and Beal. Sorry, Beal, love you, but that 50 mil in a no NTC is a bad contract. So yeah, like there's not a lot of moves we can make. Nurk's got to be number 1, like Gabe said. Like, you got to move Nurk and get yourself out of that apron, right? He does get us out of the apron, right? To first?
No. I think it just gets us closer.
Okay, so closer.
It just gets us closer. Could you imagine us with draft picks and not in the second apron? You talk about retooling. That's like gas on a fire, bro, for a retool. That's how you retool. You get these... I don't even know if we can get out of the apron because of the Beal deal. Weirdly enough, bro, I'm okay with retooling one more time around Beal, Book, and Durant. I know that sounds kind of crazy, but
I don't think you have a choice.
You don't have a choice unless you are heartless and move Durant against his wishes. If he didn't want to go to the Warriors, he sure as hell don't want to go to the Magic. Okay, you know what I'm saying? So I don't know, man. I just think I'm okay with one because here's why. Because Beal has moved to the bench and is now playing productive basketball from the bench. Bro's walking into 20 points a night, 20 plus points a night. True. And our bench scoring is up. We have other things we need to fix now. 109, you can win basketball games scoring 109 like we did last night.
But you just can't give up 140.
Exactly.
Jeez, bro. That's the issue. You can't give up 140, which that leads me to this. If you can score 109 with the 3 that you have and a couple of role players, then please get me some defenders then. Just go all in on defenders. Keep Ryan Dunn. That's what I'm saying, bro. Go all in on defenders then. Straight up G's. If you do that, I'd be happy. That's not going to happen because teams want to keep those guys on their team.
Do you think Tyus has value?
Yes, and I would trade Tyus for a better defender. Yes,
Yum. There's one deal right there.
AKA the Lakers, who want to freaking win right now, will take Tyus Jones, as cheap as he is. And I don't want to trade him to the Lakers.
Contract.
And I don't want to trade him to the Lakers, but that is an absolute prime example of a contract that you can get, that you can ship off. To get a defender for sure, because you're not playing him at all. You're just stuck him in the corner. He's not being a point guard at all. You have Monty Morris sitting on the bench who doesn't play for some strange reason.
Dude, that's one of the most befuddling things of this whole season is how Monty Morris is locked on the bench. But that's a Bud thing.
Absolutely,
that's a Bud decision.
Well, if we're talking defenders, Lester, Bobo's not going to be seeing the court. But yeah, if I'm honestly at this point, sure. If you can get a 2 for Bobo, 1-2,
in the year 2069. Do it. And I'm Bulbul's biggest fan. But our coach, who all of you in the chat love with all your hearts and souls, and you all refuse to consider firing, won't play him. Hey, Bud, jump into a house that's burning on fire or play Bud. He'll jump into the house.
I love how you are gaslighting everybody in the chat who I'm sure the majority of them want Bud gone. And the only one who is quote unquote taken up for Bud is me.
Oh, here's Haunted Kiwi taking up for him. Firing coach doesn't change anything.
And that's my point, though. And so, and that's my point. I'm with Kiwi and David. It's not the fact that I don't think Bud is the issue. I think it's just players and culture. But I say this: keep Dunn. You obviously got to keep Richards. I guess keep Royce. I mean, Royce is known as a defender, but I don't know.
He's a good defender. He's a good defender.
So I mean, that means trade Grey Goose. That means trade Tyus, trade Nurk. Heck, even trade Plumlee at this point.
But bro, if a team comes to you and says, "Yeah, look, you know, we've got player X that you want that will be an upgrade for you.
We got three first,
but we don't want Grayson. We want Royce." You gotta move off Royce.
How about we give you Grayson and we give you this first that we just acquired? Or how about we give you a first that one of these?
And they're like, yeah, that's great. We want the first, but we want Royce over Grayson.
Okay, that's cool. Too bad Grayson's got a longer contract. You just go ahead and take this Grayson deal.
I mean, if we were the Lakers, we could get away with that. If we were the Lakers, the league would bend to our will and give us whatever we want. In fact, if we were the Lakers, teams would negotiate with us in good faith, in silence, in a dark room, with our hands down each other's pants. And just give us whatever we want.
Twice.
But we're a small market team.
Twice, Gabe. Twice. I know we're not talking about the Lakers, but bro, Luka and Mark Williams in the same week is nuts. Now they did get rid of Dalton Connect, and I know a lot of fans don't like that because that's the future. But I think that when they see how well Mark Williams plays as a center, and they're gonna love him. So
yeah, I don't know. Kevin Abreu says he's glad that the toxic is gone for good. He's probably talking about Jimmy. Yeah, you guys. How do you feel about the package you guys got from the Warriors?
Who they end up getting?
I mean,
they got Wiggins.
I kind of went. Yeah, they got Wig.
Yeah, they got Wiggins. I want to say Schroeder, but that's not Schroeder's on the Jazz. That's not it. Every injury-prone player. They got. I can't remember. Wiggins a first, and there was another two players attached to it.
So yeah, I really think that Pat Riley was like, all right, bro, you're going to try to show me up. You're going to be a terrible teammate. You're going to pout and whine and say, Suns. I'd rather take a worse deal than
the 76ers are trading Reggie Jackson to Washington with a future first-round pick for Jared Butler and 4 second-round picks. So that was what the whole move was. So Washington got so you imagine Washington's got to be buying Reggie Jackson out then if that's the case.
F Reggie Jackson, his old ass.
I'm just saying, like you got to imagine that's what's going to happen there, that they're going to be buying him out. Why would the Wizards want him? They probably just wanted that future first.
Right. They're just, stacking things for the future. Correct.
So you got to imagine he's getting bought out.
Brad says, what if it was Jimmy's whole plan to finesse the most money possible? I mean, he definitely wanted to get paid
that was
one more time.
Absolutely his plan. We knew that. And that's the only reason why he kept saying, I want the Suns, because Ishbia was willing to give him that.
Yes.
Now
the Warriors weren't. The Warriors wanted to play it out, but then last minute they said, okay, Jimmy, we'll give you the 2 years, $121 million. He said, okay, go ahead and trade me there. I'll get my deal. I'll do it.
Exactly. That's exactly what it was. For sure.
Romano says Bull is a great player. The coach is the problem. Give him playing time.
Yeah, here's the deal. They keep saying we need a power forward. I just don't know why you don't play Bobo at the forward and call it quits. Like, you have him on the team. Like, that does blow my mind that you have a 7'2". You look at him as a center, but he's really a power forward because he can handle the ball and he can shoot from the wing. Like, you have a power forward on the team and you refuse to play him. We need a shooting power forward. He's there, right? Like, he's there on the team. Play him, please. Stop says, no, he's not. Bo is trash. Stop the BS. They say they keep looking for a power forward that can score. Have you not seen Bobo play? He can put the ball in the hoop. He can play a 4. He's just not good on defense.
Especially if you build his confidence and stuff.
But he's just not good on defense. We can all agree on that. But his length makes up for some of his defensive issues. But
it's time to shuck and jive again, folks. We got 169 watching. Help us out. Hit that like button, please. Helps the stream grow. And we're getting closer and closer to the time. This is just like a little warm up. All right, we're just
the Evans
warming up here for the real.
The Evans Cittery 29 minutes ago said that too. Yeah. I just read that.
Said what?
I mean, just the Nurkic. It says a trade involving use of Nurkic is expected to happen today for the Suns.
So vague, bro.
Very vague.
So
expected to
vague.
happen and is happening is not helpful.
Well, just saying like a trade. Like, can you name one team involved with that trade?
Listen. Here's the deal. Here's the deal with the Bobo, because everybody keeps saying Bobo's not that good. He's not gonna play freaking 30 minutes a game. He's going to play 10 minutes a game. You just need a backup 4. Play him as a backup 4.
Do you remember that stint where we bullied Vogel to greatness for like 2 weeks?
And he played
Bol
Bol, and he dropped 10 points.
What role did he give Bol Bol?
The 4.
Do you remember?
In the wing.
He came in
wing the block,
and was the substitute for Durant.
And we play wing the block.
We said, do what Durant does, and then on defense, you're just come help block shots and get rebounds and
you play corner
guard
to block.
The corner 3.
Corner to block. That's
thrived.
all he did. And he did just fine. And that's all I'm asking for is 8 minutes for Bobo, corner to block, while you got dude's bench. Let him get some buckets as your 4. That's all I'm asking for. I agree he is not good on defense. But pretending like Bobo is absolute dog water as a scorer is crazy. Hey, I want a legitimate 4 direct drive. Like, let's go get one. We'll see. First, we got to see what happens with this Nurk trade, and then we'll see how all the other pieces fall.
That's what Gambadoro was saying, that, you know, he said think power forward when you're thinking about who the Suns are going to trade for. It's going to be likely a power forward. So maybe we just keep focusing on that sort of ting. I mean,
oh my gosh. Hey, Darth Voida just put out a tweet that's awful. Listen to this. Suns plus minus totals by half this season. Okay. How much do you think they outscore their opponents by in the first half?
It's
a plus minus.
I'm going to say 5.
They're plus 46.
Oh, we outscore them by 46?
No. So
Me like, stupid.
Do you not know how it works?
I said me stupid.
Okay, so we're all, so, you know, every game we're up by a certain amount by halftime. That adds up. Oh,
right? So that's a total.
So it's a total, okay. Right? Okay, so plus 46. How much do you think we are in a
98 minus 98.
Minus 110.
That's not coaching, though, right? I'm trying to play in bounds here. You call the
Minus
shots.
110. So what is it about the third quarter in particular in the second half, but the third quarter in particular that has this team so, and let's be honest, okay? It was the fourth quarter last season. Now it's the third quarter this season. So what is it about the second half in general with this team the last 2 seasons that has just been so bad?
Well, last season it was fourth quarter with Vogel, right?
I just said that. I go. So,
it wasn't third.
I go. So third quarter this year with Bud, fourth quarter with Vogel. What is? I don't get it. This is crazy. What is it with the second half with this team?
Lester Neal.
He says it's because you're an old team and get tired. Sure, we'll go with that. I don't know.
Hey, that's not the worst explanation I've ever heard.
But
bro.
It's an explanation that I'm willing to accept.
That's not. I mean, I ain't gonna shit on that take. Like, that's actually maybe a percentage of the problem, if
Could
not.
be.
If you know what I'm saying.
I mean, I wouldn't call Devin Booker being 28 old, but sure.
Lester said, "Is Marcus Smart an option? Do you mind looking up how much Marcus Smart's making?"
If I could get it to
because
work.
They're talking about trading him. He's become available now. I would probably take a flyer on Marcus Smart.
Marcus Smart makes 16. Well, that was in 2022. I don't know what his salary is today because Spotrac is down apparently. Good Lord. Here we go. Let me just open up an ESPN. ESPN got me for some reason. Marcus Smart, 20 mil this year.
Woof. Never mind. Luis David says, this is not Bud's. This is all in capital letters, people. So once again, like I told you, the majority of Suns fan base cannot stop huffing Bud's underwear. And here's an example. This is not Bud's fault. We can't keep on blaming the coach. It's stupid behavior. Okay.
I love you, Louis David.
So
I love you.
Can you tell me what does a coach do?
Can you tell me what does a coach do?
Sure. A coach installs a game plan. A coach installs an offense and sets the style of defense.
Okay.
Whether it's, hey, we go under screens, we do drop scheme, we hedge, we ice, that sort of thing.
Okay.
But to me, one of the biggest things that coaches are responsible for doing is making adjustments. And there's no better time to make adjustments than halftime. When you have 20 minutes where your team isn't looking at their cell phones, presumably, where you have a chalkboard or a whiteboard.
You know them boys looking at
probably.
Cell phones.
You have a whiteboard. You have their undivided attention for 20 whole minutes while Red Panda is out there twerking on the floor.
That's crazy. First of all, she doesn't twerk.
Okay? What is Bud telling them in those 20? So are you saying that Bud bears no responsibility for the fact that they always come out looking like chickens with their heads cut off?
I am kind of with David here. 3 years, 3 coaches, same results. And I've been saying that. And so I keep asking the question, do we just keep hiring bad coaches?
Does that mean...
Do we just keep hiring bad coaches, or are the players just not...
Well,
just kind of like...
Monty turned out to be a frizzod, or at least turned himself into a fraud with his ego, refusing to talk to DA, refusing to talk to him all summer after screaming at him, "You quit on us! You're fired!
You're fired!"
Okay? And then we hired Frankie Vogues, who got his ass carried to a LaMickey title, And then we got Coach Bud, who got his play random ass carried by Giannis, shooting 22 out of 22 free throws in the finals, going off for 50 burger triple doubles. Okay? And we said, he's a championship coach. He's a championship coach. They both got carried. And Monty got his ass fired before us and after us several times. So I don't believe that we have had great coaching yet. Except for when Chris Paul was here and he was the coach on the court.
And that's fair enough. And that's
You're fired.
As long as you say that, fair enough. Maybe we just haven't had good coaching yet. But I still think that the players have to put in some sort of effort. And the defensive effort on this team is atrocious all around. Minus Ryan Dunn, because he's a G. We keep giving him credit. Well, coach, you guys
Bud is crushing his confidence, by the way.
Devin, I don't even know, because that's my thing. Because I keep saying the same thing. Like, well, then what coach are we going to get next, right? I keep saying Mike Brown, but, like, what are we going to get next?
That's an option out there.
I
say we should be giving these coaches 2-year deals, 1-year prove-it deals. Don't stop giving them 5 years like this.
I don't disagree with that, but that just seems to be the standard for coaching hires for some reason. I agree. Hey, bro, you get 2. All right.
How about up the pay? We'll pay you a lot for 1 or 2 years. You get a lot.
Yeah, right.
We'll front load it because it doesn't go against your cap space. We'll front load it. We'll take care of you, but we're not doing this whole you get 5 years of blind faith and then you have. It's like, see, that works when you're a rebuilding team and you're hiring somebody like Igor Kokoskov. Okay, then you can give a guy 5 years and say, we're dog shit, turn us around, we're going to give you some time to do it. But you're in a crazy championship short window. You're not anymore. You were for a brief time there. These guys don't have 5 years to turn it around. It needs to be done now. We need you to make these players close out on the 3-point line and box out and not be soft. Can you do it? No? Goodbye. Goodbye. Can you get our players to not go out in the third quarter and get outscored 43-14?
Behind Doc Rivers.
Hells to the no.
Here we go. Talks of Nikola Vucevic heading to Golden State aren't dead yet.
Say this again. Still
trying to get Vucevic.
Who is?
The Golden State Warriors.
Yeah. They're not losing in free agency anymore. They were the biggest losers. A couple days ago, it was like, oops, the Warriors lost out. Everybody's gone, and Butler says he doesn't want to go there. They're getting left behind. But that changed quickly. Now it's the Suns. We still got time.
Put a poll in the chat.
Yes, sir. Should they hit the like button? Just kidding.
Yes, should they? I'll text you the poll because I don't want to say this out loud. Because then people are going to say it in the chat, and I don't want them to say it in the chat.
Okay.
I'll send you this.
Ready. Lester Neal says, how about Darvin Ham?
All right, I sent you the text.
Coach K says wasabi. Wouldn't that be? Okay, I like that Polsky.
I just want to see what people say on that one because Roy says, "Why are we so devastated today?" I don't know about devastated. I said this at the beginning of the stream. I kind of wish the Jimmy Butler news would have dropped in about 30 minutes ago when we started, so we could have been like at least anticipating it, and then we could have gotten our reactions then like, oh, and then it could have been like a more fire reaction from everybody in the chat. But since we already knew that he's getting traded yesterday, like that kind of put a damper on everything. So now we're just waiting for role players to be traded. There's no like big fish out there that we're just hoping for. And everybody's in the chat like, we're gonna get it. No.
It would have been fun if we still thought Bradley Beal or that Butler was an option. That would be crazy, man. Roy Maivia in the house says, "Why are we so devastated today?" Well,
that's
Roy,
what I just said that, Gabe.
Well, I was busy typing in your demands.
I appreciate you, guys. I want to see the results here so far.
All right.
Interesting how this is going.
Not many votes yet, though. Only 29.
I know
votes.
It's 29, but it doesn't matter. I thought it was going to be the opposite. I thought it was going to be the opposite.
Can you tell me how Kessler, what he's making?
He's cheaper. He's one of the cheaper guys. I know for a fact. I know
but
he's like
what do they millions. Want for him? I know they want a couple.
I don't know,
but
you can come get I'd give you a couple of firsts.
I think I would too, dog. Like he might not mean that much to them, but to us, he could be so helpful. $4 million, so it's not a money situation. It's a do we have the assets to get him situation.
Correct.
You certainly don't want to give up 3 firsts for him, do you?
No, wouldn't do that. Let's see here. Projected salary for this year is $2 million. Next year, $4 million, and then the year after that, $7 million. So that's a qualifying offer. So he's definitely a gettable player.
Okay. The Haunted Kiwi says Matt Ishbia watches our team and thinks this is a very good team. I mean, come on. He's a salesman, bro. He's ABCing, bro. Always be closing. Because, I think he's just saying what he has to say as far as we still like this team.
How do you make a Kessler deal? Well, you tell the Jazz, hey, we got to send you Nurkic. So you got to take Nurkic and you got to take these picks. That's literally all you got to do.
Take that.
We have a first and second this year. We have our first that we can't trade next year. Then we have a first in 2027, a first in 2029 that we ended up getting from them anyway. So it's almost like you be giving their picks back. That's crazy if that happens.
Right.
That'd be nuts.
Incentive to do it.
It is an incentive.
Daniel says the Suns got the wrong center from Charlotte. They should have gotten Williams instead of Richards. Here's the thing. Apparently, I don't think people really understand how good Dalton Connect is and can be. We didn't have a Dalton Connect player to offer for Williams.
Also, Mark Williams' contract wasn't expiring. Richards was. Like, Richards had, what, was it 2 years left? Mark had longer. So that's why we didn't have like you said. Were you going to trade Dunn for Mark Williams?
Yeah. Did you guys want to do that? I mean, you guys didn't even want to move Dunn for Jimmy Butler to pair them. You know what I'm saying? So
you know what I mean? Like, it would have been a deal like that, or Oso. Now maybe you could convince me Oso.
Oh,
sure.
I mean, of course, Oso is so expendable right now.
But they weren't going to take Oso, so that's.
Not for Mark Williams.
Yeah, so let's not.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it was not a 1-for-1 situation. It's like, and Charlotte's like, oh yeah, we just gave you Nick Richards because that's what you wanted. But absolutely, the same package, we would have given you Mark Williams for Okogie. No, it's not how any of this works. I wish it was. We would have gotten Williams.
Allen for Portis trade.
Woof. Now that's interesting. That's a power forward. All right. And Grey Goose spent time with the Bucks. He was a starter for them for 2 years. He played great basketball for them. I don't know if they want him back. Why not? He's a terrific shooter. He can help them space the floor for Giannis. And your boy Kuzma that they just got. Be a fine addition to their team. I would love Portis. We've always wanted Portis. And since
we could have had Middleton for when KD or Bill are hurt, he's a champ. We can't afford that.
Can't afford it. and Beal don't want to go nowhere. Durant don't want to go nowhere.
That's not possible. Being in a second apron. Does Allen for Collins work? No.
Collins makes what, 20?
20, and Allen Grayson signed his extension for what, 16 or something like that?
Yeah.
So that doesn't work either. I heard some DeAndre Hunter rumors out there too, but I heard it wasn't us that's in there. It's someone else. And I'm not going to look at the tweet.
This is kind of like cramming for a test for the Suns. Like they only have got like 16 hours notice to start working on other deals that aren't Jimmy Butler to the Suns.
Here's the deal. If they didn't have any other deals in place prior, they are a bad front office. I said it. Like if you didn't have a bad take. If you didn't have a backup plan to the backup plan to the backup plan besides Jimmy Butler, you're a bad front office. Now, to be fair, nobody could have saw Luka Doncic getting traded for freaking Wheaties, okay, and that messing up the entire trade market for sure. Because now people are going to look at that and be like, well, Luka only went for this. So, and so there's that too. But regardless, you should have had a backup plan to the backup plan to the backup plan, and you should have had this planned out ready to go. And if you didn't, you're a bad front office.
I mean, it seemed like they had. Everything's just falling through. They had your boy Jonas in their grasp.
But again, Jonas was only going to be a part of a bigger trade that was going to land them Jimmy Butler. That's what Gambo said. And so whenever they found out that Butler wasn't coming, Jonas walked. And I think it's what happened. When they finally realized they weren't convincing Bradley Beal to waive his clause, that was off the table.
Great question. Jacob says, what could you get for Tyus? Like a pick and a random vet minimum?
Yes.
Yeah, you could get that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. You really could. If you, like I said, you got to find a team that's going to make the playoffs. Like, hey, here's a give us one of your random vet mins and a pick. You could definitely do that.
Daniel says only point guard, don't do it. That's not true, Daniel, for two reasons. And I am a Tyus lover. I haven't turned my back on him other than the fact that I'm willing to trade him because of these two stipulations.
Who's him like a point guard?
Number one, Bud doesn't play him the way that you play a point guard. He parks him in the corner to shoot threes. And lets the point guard duties be run by Book, which sometimes is feast, sometimes it's famine. Sometimes it looks terrific, sometimes he gets 9 turnovers in a game. And sharing those duties with Kevin Durant, Durant gets a lot of turnovers. The other thing is you've got Monte Morris on the bench, who is pretty damn good too, and a better defender than what you've been putting out there. He's a much better defender than Tyus, and he can park himself in the corner and hit threes too. He's a good shooter too. So like I it just goes back to, would Bud actually play him? Juan Frankie says, just came in. What predictions are out today for Tyus, Grayson, and Nurkic? Well, Nurkic, there's at least some reports saying Nurk is gonna get moved today, which means like we're gonna slob whoever we need to slob to get rid of him, which I am here for. If I need to lend a mouth, I will. Romeo says Golden State needs a legit big man for contention. Yeah, they're not all the way there yet, but watch them go out and get Vooch, Frozen Pride 87 says, any chance for Goga? I think there is a chance, and that's the number one guy I'm looking for the Suns probably to get. Like, that's who I'm hoping for the most. Dallas says, could we do a Tyus and Nurk for picks and Clarkson and Kessler, and picks for Clarkson and Kessler?
You could.
I would I would do anything for love, and I will do that. Okay?
Jordan Clarkson, not Jordan Love.
I would do. Did I say Jordan Love?
Yes, you did.
Well, what I was saying is I would love it. You know, I would Jordan Love that to get Clarkson. Okay. Lucky says, I thought Kessler got moved already. I haven't seen him get moved. And it would take you minimum 2 firsts. Would you do 2 firsts? Do you think they would do that? I don't think they would do that. Think they would do that? I mean, Nurk becomes a good expiring contract after a year. So it's not like Nurk stays on your books the way Beal does. I wish we had a Utah fan in here to tell us if that's preposterous or not. Eli says Clarkson plays no defense. I agree, but he's a hell of a bench scorer.
What was the deal again?
He said, "Are you putting it on Fanspo?" Let's do that. I'm gonna pull up Fanspo.
No, I'm just tell me real quick because I'm pretty sure, because I can't remember the names, but it still might count as aggregation, right? What was it again? Was it Tyus Jones, Allen, and
what does Clarkson make?
It doesn't matter.
I can tell you right now. No. You can do that. You can send 3 for 2. It's not aggregation if you send 3 for 2.
Okay. It's 2 for 1.
No, we have to send someone that makes more than the other person every time. As long as we do that. So, Nurkic makes more.
Clarkson has 14.
Tyus is on a minimum and Clarkson's on 14. So then that actually might end. So Nurkic, oh my God, I spelled deadline wrong. Nurkic is more than Kessler, but Clarkson makes more. So I don't know if that's not considered aggregation, bro.
Probably not possible. Like, that's how I was wondering. I'm like, I don't think it's possible. And also, Spotrack's still down.
Wow. Use something else. What else can we use?
I don't know. Spotrack's always my go-to. Fanspo doesn't really do contracts. Oh, wait, it's up. It's up. It's up.
It's up and it's stuck.
It's up. Let's see if I can click a team and see if that works. There we go. All right. It's up. I got tracks in front of me. Contracts in front of me, by the way.
I feel like I
Let's see here. Gray makes 15. I'm just looking at our contracts right now. So your free agents that are next year: Plumlee, Tyus Jones, D. Lee, Monte Morris, Bol. Those are your 5 expiring contracts after the season.
Okay.
So if you move any of them, they all make men's, right? Royce only makes 9, bro. I thought Royce made more than that.
No, dude, he's on a really good. That's what I'm saying. That just adds to his value to other teams. It's like, man, we get him and it doesn't hurt us that much financially. Absolutely. Same with Grayson. You said Grayson's for 16 mil? That's such 15. A good deal for what he's giving you. Think of what he gives you for 16 mil. Now think of what Nurkic gives you for 18 mil. Like, come on.
If Reggie Jackson had to go for a first, man, what do you think Nurkic has to go for? Like, if you had to attach a first with Reggie Jackson to buy out his contract, what do you think Nurkic's going to have? What do you have to attach
first?
More than a first. At least Reggie Jackson gives you some value as a point guard.
You think you need to give up 2?
Man, that would be embarrassing.
No way.
That would be embarrassing.
Well, we've got some seconds now, don't we? Don't we have at least
1 second?
So a first and a second. That's my offer. Hey, anyone listening? Nurk, who's expiring in a year, and a first and a second. Give us somebody. Right? Lucky says equivalent of paying somebody to be your friend. Yes. Dallas says Denny and Rob, talking about Time Lord, for Nurk, Grayson, and picks. So that was a deal. That was considered. But Denny is like probably the best
Are we
thing.
talking about the Blazers?
Yeah.
They're not doing that deal.
They're not doing it.
One, they're not going to put that much money into the center position. And obviously playing great. That's not happening.
Denny is like one of, if not their best player.
Yeah, bro.
And
he's a big reason why they've been playing well lately.
And they have a log jam at center. They've got Time Lord. They've got I guess you'd be trading him back. They've got Ayton. They've got Klingon. Like, they do not need Nurk on the money he's being paid. Now, I could see him going back there after he gets bought out from somewhere, and they're like, yeah, you can come in and be on the team and be our mascot, our Bosnian mascot. But that's...
Schroeder and Collins dump Nurk, Bowl, and Morris. Ooh, well...
Schroeder and Collins. Do we want Dennis Schroeder? I'm not convinced I want him. I'm not convinced I wouldn't rather have.
I mean, he pesters people on defense, so why not?
I mean,
I gotta pay my electric bill. Forgive me.
Soul says, bring Kelly back. Missed the way he attacked the rim. He's making, I guess, not that much money, but I don't even know if they want to get rid of him. What do you have to go get him? It's not a bad idea. I'm never going to be talked out of wanting Kelly Oubre. So maybe when you're done with your electric bill, you could look up how much Kelly Oubre's making.
I mean, right now
they're just as disappointing this season as us. You know, they have to be ready to blow it up too. Dallas is
Kelly Oubre makes 7 this year.
Okay.
And he's got a player option for next year, so that kind of makes his, unless he guarantees that he's going to stay when he gets traded. I think.
Well, and then everybody always says that he and Booker have bad blood, so I don't understand what the bad blood was. No one's ever explained to me what the bad blood is, but apparently they have beef. Can anyone explain the Oubre Booker beef without saying they just don't like each other? Like, what happened? Was it the fact that we moved Oubre and Book let it happen? Because I would think time had healed that wound. Daniel says he banged Kardashian. What a way to put it. What a way to put it when she wasn't even, her name isn't even Kardashian. That is hilarious. Who has
I hate this company, bro. You're still scheduled all these Saturdays, but don't worry, Super Bowl Sunday, y'all can start late.
You get to start late.
I don't get to start late because I freaking work day shift, but the people who work the graveyard gets to start late. But don't worry, you can still work all these Saturdays, though.
Soul Collector says he thought it was because he decided not to play in the bubble. I mean, that was definitely the moment when we realized we were moving off of him. Once we had our best success to date with him sitting out, kind of like a Senior Bowl situation or like a bowl game from a senior who knows he's going in the first round and is like, yeah, I got payday coming up. I ain't even really about to play. Maybe that's, I mean, again, beggars can't be choosers. And ain't no bigger beggars than the Suns right now. So can we really afford to be like, yeah, we would bring this vibe-changing, rim-attacking, perfect fit next to Booker back, who was basically the Scottie Pippen to his Jordan while he was here, but he wanted to protect his body and not get injured before the bubble. He didn't want to play in the COVID bubble. I don't know, bro. Bygones.
It probably sounded, I mean, I get Not one. I mean, look, Lou Williams was in the bubble. Look what he did.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I wouldn't want to be there either, bro.
Right?
In order for me to finish, you mean to tell me in order for me to finish the season, I gotta do all these crazy things? Sit here, no action, unless, you're the Suns and that one girl was there.
Lucky, I mean, I love Claxton. It would be great. Money-wise, how do you make that work? How do you make that work? Do you know what Claxton's making on the Nets?
Do I know? No. But that's the great thing about the internet.
Haunted Kiwi says 30 million. You better stop.
I think he's about right. I think that sounds familiar.
You better stop. I know that.
27 mil.
Woof. Okay, forget about that deal. I don't want to hear one person say the word Nick Claxton again. No, Collector, of course not. Brad doesn't want to go anywhere. Brad likes Phoenix, which I understand. It's so funny to see players exert their power in this way and to be upset. Like, for years, it was like, God, why can't we attract people to Phoenix? You remember whenever LeBron would become available, he would, for whatever reason, throw the Suns a little bone and be like, sure, I'll take it. I'll take a meeting from the Suns. Yeah, come kiss my ass a little bit. And we'd be like, bro, he's going to listen to us. He's going to listen to us. And now you got Kevin Durant being like, no, I don't want to leave Phoenix for the Golden State Warriors and Stephen Curry. And Bradley Beal, who a few years ago, this would have been insane, is like, no, I shan't go anywhere but Phoenix. I'm here for life. And we're angry about it because it's frying us. It's what timeline did we stumble into? What universe are we in?
I don't have as big of an issue with Beal as everybody else does, but
I don't have an issue with Beal. Beal's done nothing wrong at all, other than
make $50 million a year, only scoring 15 points a game.
It's less about the money. I think it's less about the money and more about the no trade clause. Because other teams don't want to be in the situation we are, where if it doesn't work, they can't move him. It's not a good position to be in, as we are learning.
Yeah, but we traded for him, and that's on us.
Yeah, absolutely. We thought it was going to work. Everyone in the league thought it was going to work. All fans from other teams
we
were
thought it was going to work
when
we decided that we were going to have him play point guard, and then now that experiment's done. Remember? That was the thing. He will be our point guard. He can handle the rock.
He's not bad at it. I still think he's kind of good at it.
I think none of the big three are good at handling the ball and facilitating. They turn the ball over all the time. So I don't even think it's I'd rather none of them handle the ball and facilitate at this point. I'd rather it be a real facilitator. But luckily, says I feel like Book. I think Booker does want to be the floor general. He wants the ball in his hands, and I mean,
and Bud is right there with them, saying yes, we can.
I mean, sadly, other than Tyus Jones, he might be the best option, and that's kind of crazy if you think about it. Like, sadly.
I agree with you, Lucky. He ain't that guy, though. He is that guy like 45% of the time. But then 55% of the time he ain't. Is that about fair, would you say? Point Book works about 45% of the time. I feel like that's generous.
I'd go 50-50.
You go 50-50?
Yeah, 50-50.
Now you're talking, Soul Collector. Shout it out from the back of the room, Soul Collector.
I've been said that.
I want Chris Paul back.
I've been said that.
No, you haven't. You ain't said that shit even one time.
Sir, please be quiet. Please be quiet. Okay. And now that nothing is happening, I'm going to get my footrest on my seat out and chill because leaning forward is getting old. Real quick. Now I'm on doing my best L.
I'm not gay no more.
That's what I am delivered. In anime, you should watch Death Note. Now that one might really get you going.
Death Knell, you say?
Death Note. Death Note. You should definitely watch Death Note.
Okay.
Absolutely. Put that on your
what's
list.
the leveling one though? Because I want to watch
Solo Leveling.
Solo Leveling.
It's not that one. Solo Leveling is cool, but that's newer. So like you can binge watch that up until a certain point. Death Note's done. Watch Death Note.
Direct Drive says, Chris Paul, holy shit, you guys are embarrassing. Thank you. Here's the sitch. Beggars can't be choosers.
Like, what are we talking about here?
We need someone who will come in here and bark. Am I wrong?
I don't even think that's
and
it.
They just picked up De'Aaron Fox, who I tried to convince you we should draft over Josh Jackson, but you wouldn't hear it. And now he's like, come on, man, I signed with you guys because I thought I was, you got to imagine he doesn't want to be a backup. That's why he signed with them, because he wants minutes. Could you not justify starting him over Tyus Jones, sir? The best booker we ever bookered was with him.
I just think, as much as I love CP3, I just think with the way the team is now constructed, I don't think running the pick and roll CP3 is going to work as well as we think it is.
I'm not saying it's going to work. I'm saying it's a start. It's like there's a hole in the boat. You're sinking. You're filling up with water. Can we just start with trying to plug the hole? We don't have to get all of the water out of the boat right now. Just can we stop the water from coming in? Which is the small moves of bringing in players that help. And I think something that helps is having someone who will bark.
Here we go from Evan Sittery. A move hasn't been made. But, and Winhorn said this, the Heat and Suns held talks yesterday about Kevin Durant, but the Suns' asking price was too much and quickly ended the talks, and that's why Durant didn't get moved. So they were comfortable with getting Wiggins.
Why did I spell it wrong? How did I spell this wrong?
So that one, that's crazy. So it sounds like the Suns were only willing to trade Durant to Miami if they could flip Butler in some other things. And he was like, nah, we're not doing that.
So the way I understood it was that we were actually stupid enough to do the deal where we bring Butler here, but we send Kevin to the Warriors.
Yes. But from what I'm hearing is they were they valued KD a lot more so than the Heat did, and they probably wanted Butler and then some for Durant, and the Heat were like, nah. So that's why the Heat were comfortable with getting Wiggins instead of Durant.
So the Suns wanted more back.
They wanted more back.
Well, now, hell yeah, bro. The price for Beal ain't the price for Durant, you dumb fuck, old man.
So that's why it didn't happen. Are you talking about Pat Riley, bro? Pat Riley is something else,
old
man.
Bitch, you old crusty bitch.
Anyway, right now I'm just like, what's that stick where you poke? Do something. We need to have a game or something.
A game. We don't want a game right now. We do not want the Suns to play basketball right now.
No. We need to play a game. Like we need to do something, man. Go fish something while we're waiting for moves.
Oh, us.
Yeah. Like, man.
I really do wish I had.
How's this poll going so far?
Let's see. I wish I had a setup so we could do
60%.
Collins.
Yes. Do you blame Bradley Beal for how the Suns' deadline has turned out so far? A 60% yes, 40% no, Gabe.
Wow. Do you blame Bradley Beal? That's a rough vote. So, how does that work? How exactly is it? Let's walk on that side. How is it Beal's fault?
Okay, it's not Beal's fault. It's the
No,
front
but
office
60.
fault
I'm saying,
for trading Beal.
like,
But
make an argument.
But I wonder how they feel. I would say they would probably say he didn't waive his no trade clause. If he was willing to do it, they could have moved him to Miami or somewhere, and we could have gotten Butler, and all this would have worked out. I'm sure that's the thinking, right? But I don't blame Beal as much as I blame the front office for making the trade in the first place.
Suns Digest in the house. What's up, guys? Says, gotta trade Nurk, Grayson, and Tyus if Beal's coming off the bench.
Exactly, Suns Digest. Like, you got to blame the front office for trading for the no trade clause. Like, you have to.
Yeah, that part too. So,
like, I'm not going to blame. Here's the deal.
Can we just go back to that trade and relive it real quick, though?
But hold on, but real quick. I'm not going to blame a player for exercising their right that they negotiated, not with just one team, but two teams, right? Because he negotiated that with the Wizards, they gave it to him. Then he waived it to go with the Suns. I'm not gonna blame Bradley Beal for that. Also, again, somebody said that his wife has a business in Phoenix now, and so that's one reason why he doesn't want to leave. So I don't blame him for exercising his right to do that, right? So we got to go with the front office on this one for making the trade in the first place. Go to your
okay,
your point.
So it's so much easier to like understand these things with hindsight, right? Being able to look back and actually know. But in the moment, Chris Paul, we had just failed again. We had just gotten bounced out of the playoffs. Chris Paul, what happened?
Just keep talking. I'm reading the chat. They are so funny and brutal.
Chris Paul, it's because we're broken. Okay? We're a broken people. Chris Paul, speaking of broken, broke down every year in the playoffs. He missed. He got injured always. It was guaranteed. And
first round
we were getting
Game
further
2.
and further away from where we wanted to go. And Chris Paul was at that point seeming very washed. These are important details. He was very washed. And I would say 80% of Suns fans were ready to ship his ass out for a box of Wheaties. Okay? Also, do y'all remember how much you hated Landry Trickshot Shamet, who was on a poison pill contract, making $12 million more than I deserve to make playing basketball?
Speaking of which, I'm going to Google that real quick.
Okay? So the option of taking a no trade clause, Bradley Beal, who hadn't shown any signs of slowing down yet, okay? It was like, okay, on one hand, you've got washed old man CP3 on a maximum contract that we're going to have to pay for 2 more years, and he's clearly washed and done. And we've got Landry Shamet, Monty's favorite potential daughter's baby daddy, who's ruining our lives, and we can turn both of them into Bradley Beal.
Beal.
And all we have to accept is his no trade clause. That's it. That's all we have to accept. Why would we want to trade him? Why?
So to your point, Gabe, of Landry Shamet's deal being a poison pill contract, because we gave him what, $10 million a year, because Monty wanted him to have $10 million a year. I looked up his contract now. He is on the New York Knicks.
Mm-hmm.
on an Exhibit 9 contract.
Wow.
That's where Landry Shamet is at this state in his career.
Monty wanting you to impregnate his daughter can get you paid. Okay? I wish I had gone to church with Monty. I'd be a millionaire.
Man. But here's the deal. I'll say this because there's a lot of hate for Beal in the. I mean, I might hate the strong word. There's a lot of disdain for Beal in the chat. The fact that y'all don't care about Beal's wife's business and y'all want him gone is the same reason why he don't care about your opinion about not waiving his no trade clause. DC says, anything happened yet? Not yet.
Am I a dickhead that I don't care about the new business venture? Your husband gets 50 M's a year. I'm not that concerned with your small business.
Hey, fair enough.
In Phoenix. Pack it up. Hypothetically. You know, like if that was the one thing that stops everything, that don't move me.
As a married man with kids, I tend to have a little bit more what's the word I'm looking for. But at the end of the day, yeah, it's whatever. I'll just be quiet.
Go ahead.
No, there's no no. I'm not saying I want Beal to stay, but also I'm saying I understand. Okay, that's all I'm saying. I understand. And I'll leave it at that. I understand. And he ain't leaving nowhere, so I don't know why we're crying about it. He ain't
You
gone.
know what? I understand too. Like, to be honest, like in a way, because you don't like you love your wife.
It's not even your wife, it's your entire family, bro. Like,
I don't know if I want to be Bradley Beal's son anymore living in Phoenix. If I'm his son, I don't think I want to live in Phoenix and go to school. Bro, kids are brutal. You think kids aren't going to be...
That's a whole other topic.
My dad says your dad ruined his life.
That's a whole other
topic.
My
dad says your dad should get the off of this team. My dad says your dad's a
Look. Bum. That's a whole other topic. Let's not talk about that because we don't know anything about that situation. But my point being is I understand why Bradley Beal would say, nah. Also, he said that the Suns never even talked to him about it in the first place, which I find highly doubtful. But
I totally believe it. I do. Like, that's one thing I heard Locked On.
No. Okay,
Heat saying. Mm-hmm.
I agree that they never talked to him about it, but I'm sure they talked about it amongst themselves in the front office. Or how can we move this?
Well, he's saying they never talked to him about it. They never came to him.
I agree with that. I agree with that because they couldn't find a deal in the first place. Yeah. Let's move on to bigger and better people to hate. Yusuf Nurkic. Okay? Let's move on to that, okay? Because we still got to get Buddy gone.
God, who's going to be stupid enough?
that's
who's going to take him from us? Who's going to take our pain away?
It's going to cost them. It's going to cost the first and second. Yeah, the Wizards are expected to trade or waive Reggie Jackson. We knew that. That's the only deal that's happened so far is that Reggie Jackson deal. So, still waiting. Don't worry, it'll pick up in about 45 minutes. I could have went to Chick-fil-A by now. We might have to take a legitimate lunch break, Gabe.
Oh, well, I mean, I'm definitely about to order some. I'm about to order.
That's my point.
I'm about to order a breakfast burrito you ain't ever seen before.
There's nothing for me to order around here, dog. Like,
bro, we got a Black Hawk helicopter out here. You hear that?
Don't say that.
Do you hear it?
Oh, I hear it now. Hey, don't talk about Black Hawks right now, bro. It's a sensitive topic for the nation.
My bad.
Okay. Let's not talk about it. Not only since I'm hitting Mickey D's. Let's talk about that real quick. Break. because I know it's about to be lunch for a lot of y'all in the chat.
What, you just want to talk about food, or you want to go get food? You want to take a break to talk about food?
I need to get food, but I need some suggestions. What are y'all getting in the chat, bro? It's 9 a.m. No, not here. Okay, time out. Here's the deal. For me, it's lunchtime. You forget, I start work at 6 o'clock. So lunchtime is in about 30 minutes for me. So it's we're about there. So it's lunchtime for me. What are y'all gonna get for lunch? I got Chick-fil-A breakfast. That sounds great. I don't want McDonald's, Lester. That's awful.
So there's this place here that I've been obsessed with. It's called Badass Breakfast Burritos.
That sounds awesome.
They got great reviews. Look, when you see this burrito, don't freak out. All right, it's bigger than my torso. All right. It's
for real?
Huge. Like, I do finish it, but the last bites are slow and miserable, and you're just stuffing it down because you spent money on it. Yes. Yes. But yeah. But what I like about it is they don't, I like scrambled eggs and breakfast burritos, but they actually put eggs in there that are just like
real eggs.
Over medium, so like they break open. I'm saying I never had breakfast burritos like that before.
Oh my gosh, that sounds great. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Oh, bro, it is. They really do it. The only issue is I keep ordering it with Cholula hot sauce, and they've sent me 1 out of 9 times I've gotten the hot sauce. It's like, you sons of bitches.
Kobe says, I'll run you some chick. That would be dope. You don't have to do all that. That sounds like a lot. I can go get my own chick. Well, my wife's babysitting, so I can't exactly go. I can leave.
So you guys don't have DoorDash options?
Okay, let me put it this way. I don't have, my bank account's not going to allow me to have DoorDash.
I hear you. Don't get it. You shouldn't get it.
I have cash in my wallet, right?
Much smarter.
But my bank account's not going to allow me to get DoorDash right now.
Yeah. All right, Blazers Uprise is live too for
Appreciate the homies. We could have done it. We should have done a co-collab because there's going to be some point where Tori just gets aggravated.
Listen, we're not professional enough to work with them that often.
That's true. Look at our graphics. Go over there and look at their graphics. That's absolutely correct.
It's all about the graphics.
I mean, Tori do be working hard on them graphics. He got it on lock.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yo, I'm not gonna lie. Luka in a 77 Lakers jersey looks stupid. Change your number. I'm just being honest, bro. Like, the 77 look cool in the Dallas jersey, and the Lakers jersey, it looks awkward.
I think you just sound jealous.
I'm not jealous. I'm being honest with you. Like, get a single number. Get number 1.
I would say, no.
Get number 7.
No, because he's gonna look like a defensive lineman if he gets a single. He needs 2 big numbers on his jersey to not see that 9 getting stretched apart across his chest. Okay.
Oh, woo, that's funny. Toy Craig reunion euphoria. I mean, that'd be neat.
Here for it. Bring him. Brad, I haven't. Can you put them in the Discord? Are they like KD 18s? Is it a new line of them or just a new colorway?
All right, so let me think here. But getting Chick-fil-A would this is tough.
Bro, Chick-fil-A, I'm pretty sure they have their own delivery drivers now too. They be getting it here lickety split. Crazy. I've just accepted that it just costs a little bit more, and it's just incredible.
I might just go down the street and go to it's almost done for Hardee's breakfast too. Man, that sucks. I do like
Hardee's breakfast. Sounds good. I haven't had Hardee's that since I was a little kid.
AKA Carl's Jr.
Oh yeah.
For those who don't know,
we have Carl's here. Carl's Jr. is so good. But I feel nothing makes me feel worse than eating Carl's Jr. I never feel grosser afterwards.
McDonald's doesn't make you feel worse than Carl's Jr.?
Weirdly, no.
That's crazy.
Weirdly, no.
I love Hardee's.
I feel like I ate a box of styrofoam after eating For real, bro. My stomach is like, why would you do this to me? You hate yourself? Gosh, Shams, do something.
So you don't do the red burrito?
Red burrito.
I guess that's not a thing where you're at. So red burrito. So like around here, Hardee's is also a red burrito, which is like another restaurant. Like it's like a combination thing. It's don't do it. Don't do anything. Don't get anything from the red burrito. Just don't do it.
I sure wish somebody would say something about something. I mean, realistically, we could have went live later, but dude, I couldn't even sleep. I got 4.5 hours.
Yeah, why? Bro. 4.5 hours?
Yeah,
because your body knew it's supposed to be awake. It's like, you're not supposed to be asleep right now.
Why aren't you running from dinosaurs right now? We're usually running from dinosaurs.
Right. Why aren't you playing Ark?
Yep. Is the bass okay? Is the bass okay? That's
your
not
webcam is blurry,
this will fix
it.
Because
you out here just acting a fool, bro. Still blurry. Fix it again.
Let's see.
That's right. Give me that handprint. It's still blurry, bro. My name's Gabe.
Almost? No,
it's not close, bro. You just messed it up, bro. You just messed it up.
Might have to unplug.
Gabe messed up the focus by moving like an idiot.
That's how my brain was moving today.
You can just turn it. I'm pretty sure you can just disable it and re-enable it real quick. Yeah. What time is the cutoff? 3 p.m. Eastern.
That's 2 p.m. our time. Like, at this point, bro, I'm totally down for just random trades that have nothing to do with the Suns.
That's why I keep refreshing, because at this point, it's a trade deadline.
Like, I've never seen a trade deadline start this quiet in the morning.
Boys PHNX just posted a video making up some trades.
Oh, yeah?
Ooh, I like this trade from them. Shout out to PHNX Sports, Gabe. I think you'll like this one.
Okay.
This requires Bradley Beal being traded, but the Magic received Bradley Beal in the 2027 first round pick. The Suns get
whoa. Slow this down.
The Magic get Bradley Beal. This is hypothetical. This isn't real. People in the chat, just so you make sure. Hypothetical from PHNX Sports. Our guys over there, legit, love them. The Magic will get Bradley Beal in the 2027 first round pick that we acquired from Jazz. The Suns get Jonathan Isaac, Goga Batadze, and Gary Harris.
I'm Bradley Beal, and I refuse this trade. Thank you.
Exactly. Like, but if he does say, "Oh, Orlando, I like that,"
yeah, I just don't. I can't even hypothetically look at Beal trades. I can't even think about Beal trades because he don't want to go nowhere. And not only does he not want to go anywhere, no one wants.
Why is he just? Why don't you got Flex's Twitter? Gabe just has whatever's popping up. That's on his. He just keeps refreshing.
I'll switch around. I'll go to Flex. Let's check out what Flex is doing.
I just keep refreshing to like my following page. I don't even have Flex up.
Flex from Jersey, a.k.a. Tori's favorite insider. He's asleep.
He tweeted 14 minutes ago.
Minutes or hours?
Hours ago.
Yeah. So nothing from him yet. Let's see. Let's go Brian Windhorst.
And Windhorst, he's too busy on First Take right now. He ain't tweeting nothing.
Is he on First Take?
Mm-hmm.
Wow, bro ain't even really about that tweeting life. He's tweeting
the
about
only thing that's coming out right now is that the Cavaliers are trying to get DeAndre Hunter.
Oh, what a story to tell. We'll keep it locked on Champs. Can you believe like there is no Woj anymore? Like Woj is just not even a part of this. It feels weird, man. It also feels like a part of the alternate timeline that we're in. Remind me to never get an Ishbia mortgage, says Fourth and Long. Watch, he's hurting his rep in other business adventures.
Yeah. Fourth and Long's like, I'm going to use Rocket Mortgage now.
Goes out of his way. You know? God. What's up, Asia? Nathaniel Williamson says, facts, Beal's not going anywhere. Yeah, he's not. And we just need to be glad that he's playing well off the bench. But what do you think about his turn of ankle that, you saw the tweet, right? He walked gingerly to the bench and then they put the subs in.
You're talking about
Beal.
Mm-hmm. I think Buddy just hurt.
How hurt is what I'm saying.
Like hurting, like, you know how you feel when you get done
but did you
ball.
see? But no, actually, you were away from screen when it happened. You didn't see it, did you? Him get injured. So he was splitting two defenders, getting to the rim, trying to get rim pressure for Code, for God's sakes. And they got called for a shin-to-shin foul. They said the Thunder player went shin-to-shin with him. In that play, Beal steps forward and does that thing where his ankle tips inside and turns, and then he went down. He got up. They say gingerly walked to the bench. That was like with 8 minutes left in the fourth, and Bud put the scrubs in. So,
I mean, he went shin to shin with somebody, right?
Yeah, but I think the ankle was worse than the shin to shin. The shin to shin, you can.
Okay, either way, so your whole leg hurt.
Yeah.
All right then. So that's all you're saying, bro. You went shin to shin and you probably turned your ankle a bit. Yeah, I'm walking to the bench gingerly too. You ever whack your shin on the corner of a wall, bro? Yeah, you're gonna be down for.
I'm not saying
what are we talking
he
about,
doesn't
bro?
have the right to be in pain. I'm saying, do you think he's gonna be out for
I don't
2
know,
weeks?
Bro. It doesn't
3
matter.
weeks?
Well, it doesn't matter because the All-Star break's coming up, so he can be gone for the next 4 games and then be back after the All-Star break. Cool. Let's go with that. I'm done talking about Beal injuries at this point. Bro's here. Bro's staying. Bro gonna be hurt. Get over it. Okay? Move on. Let's get Nurkic out of here.
Straight up, though. Gotta do that. Nothing yet, Jacob Frederick. Really nothing yet. We were ahead of schedule being here. We were so early today for the action. But guys, help us out, please. Hit that like for us if you haven't. I'm sure things will pick up here in a little bit, but I guess all the really huge moves slowed things down, and now it's on to phase 2 of like who can pull off the sneakiest, best moves, and we got to pull off at least 2, bro. 2 moves, or what do we do, man? What do we do if we don't make 2 moves? One, of course, Nurk. How can you live with yourselves? Jacob, we're happy we didn't give up Kevin Durant in exchange for Jimmy Butler. However, I'm not happy that apparently the Suns were trying to do that, but failed because Kevin Durant shut it down.
Not so much that Kevin Durant shut it down, it's the fact that they were asking too much for Kevin Durant.
Well, there are reputable tweets out there saying that he literally shut it down.
You can shut it down all you want, but
he can shut it down by
no trade clause.
Right, but he has the same situation as Jimmy Butts.
He does, but he doesn't because he has 2 years left, and Butler had 1.
I think Durant has 1 year, just like Butler.
No, All right.
Check it out.
I'm going to go ahead and just put this up here and show you that you're wrong.
Please do. Please tell me we have him locked up for 2 years.
I'm pretty sure we have him at the end of 2026.
Oracle says that he would have dealt KD in a heartbeat for Jimmy.
2025, his last year is next year, no option. He's not a UFA until the 2027 season.
That's what I'm saying.
But Butler's option.
Butler would have been with the Heat next season.
No, he wouldn't have. No, Butler's last year was this season, which is why he wanted to be gone. They weren't going to give him extension. That's what I'm saying. Which is why everybody kept saying that's why his value wasn't as high, and the Heat were still acting like it was. That's the point I keep trying to make. So yeah, you could say all you want about. No, I'm not saying trade Durant. I'm just saying Durant would have.
They could have taken Butler into the offseason and done a sign and trade and gotten value for him. That's what they were planning on doing.
Could have.
Right.
But he said, "Nah, send me now."
We're still good on Bud, though. Bud's still the coach?
Here we go. Per Shams, the Toronto Raptors are trading Davion Mitchell to the Miami Heat for PJ Tucker, a second-round pick, and cash.
Really?
Second move of
Davion Mitchell, a player that we wanted for some time, was kind of hoping for. PJ Tucker, a player that we would have loved to have brought back, I'm sure. I mean, he's a tough guy, you know. He would have been a good locker room influence.
Well, if they're getting PJ Tucker in cash, chances are they could also be buying out PJ Tucker.
But remember, I'm thinking they might want him because they used to have him. You know,
they could, or they could be.
He spent time with the Raptors. They might be like, yeah, let's bring old Tuck back. I know he's washed. He's definitely washed. He is a corpse. I'm just talking locker room influence, somebody to be a voice of reason in the locker room that's respected, and they would listen to him a little bit, you know. But hey, things are moving, Sundo.
Boy, Romp retweeted it.
He must have wanted one of them.
An underrated move by the Heat.
Yeah, Davion Mitchell. It's a good player to take a flyer on like that. What do you think Matt Ishbia is doing right now? Right now.
Still trying to move Bradley Beal.
No. Could he? What if that did happen? Would that not be the most explosive thing you've experienced in the last year? Having zero expectation to move Beal, and then all of a sudden that comes through. I mean, that would be crazy.
We're trying to get more Michigan State players.
The Haunted Kiwi says, Damian Lee being on this team was criminal. Like, we carried 5 shooting guards for most of the season. Yeah, the whole love affair with D. Lee is over. Over. Paolo says, Raptors trying to get Kawhi back. I doubt that. I doubt that. Joey says trade for Obi Toppin and get rid of Bull, Lee, and a pick. I mean, that certainly, obviously, I'm not saying you're saying this, but that's not going to be enough to get Obi Toppin, but I wouldn't mind Obi Toppin. We need athleticism. We need people that can finish at the rim to help supplement, you know, all the shooting we like to do.
All these deals that other GMs are making, and we can't make one.
We're in a very tough. This is what it, I think, looks like when you're balls deep into the second apron.
Heat were also, and they got out of it by trading Butler. Which I think what you mean to say is this is what happens when you have a no trade clause in your team that is holding you down, and you can't get rid of it, and then you don't want to move Durant.
Do you hold James Jones in any way liable for any of this?
I said it before. I just feel like when Ishbia came in, James Jones became less of a GM and more of an accountant, and make sure that it works out more so than making decisions. But that's just me. I could be completely wrong.
I agree. So
remember, James Jones was smart enough to say, "I'm not giving up Mikal Bridges for
and
Kevin
Cam
Durant."
Johnson.
Yeah, like he was smart
and all
enough
these
to say
picks.
That. Yeah,
It's true.
So James Jones was the one who was like, "I'm not doing this. I'll give you Ayton, but I'm not doing this." Right? Like he was this one out there, and then HB said, "Make it happen," and then they were willing to do it. So, I mean,
from that point
I'll
on,
give
you
James
have
Jones
to assume
as hard as I've been on James Jones for not liking young players and not being able to draft. I'll give him his flowers on that. He was not willing to move those two, and then Ishbia forced it. So I'm not willing to say James Jones is the issue. I'm willing to say that he's just a glorified accountant at this point.
So I agree. And that means that we don't blame him, but not due to his own actions. We blame him due to Ishbia's actions. It's not like he saved himself in this. It's like Ishbia is like a shield over him, I feel like, where you can't ever really blame anything on him. He's in such a good position. He gets to be GM of the Suns, have a trillionaire owner who's willing to buy whatever, and none of the blame's ever going to come back on you for any bad moves because everybody knows he's the one Jerry Jonesing them to death. And, like, what incentive does Ishbia have to fire James Jones if Ishbia is the one making the decisions?
Not to mention his front office that he put together, including rumored Isaiah Thomas being part of his consultant team, so on and so forth. So, I mean, at the end of the day, I just really feel like James Jones, you can't really blame him a whole lot. He's just a glorified accountant at this point. Because when he did have power with Sarver, he was smart enough to make that decision and say, no, I'm not doing that. And like I said, I've been hard on him on not being able to make draft picks and trading all your draft picks for veteran players, but he never would have, he didn't want to make that trade in the first place.
So I take it you're of the belief that if you could go back in time and trade for KD or keep Mikal and Cam, you would have just kept Mikal and Cam.
I remember when we made the trade, I was excited that we got KD.
I'm not judging you by that. I'm just saying right now, knowing
revisionist history, sure. Yeah, revisionist history, sure. But like at the time, we were excited that we were getting Kevin Durant, and we were like, oh, okay, let me just, because remember, this whole issue got compounded by two trades. The Kevin Durant trade is fine. You still had Ayton, you still had Durant, you still had CP3, you still had Booker going into that playoff run. Okay. That's when we said it's okay. Was that the year that we got beat by the Nuggets, or was that the year that we got beat by the Mavs? I can't remember.
What happened in the offseason of that year?
The Durant trade.
Durant trade, the first year with Durant, we got.
Was that the Nuggets? Or the Mavs?
Nuggets.
Okay, so the Nuggets. All right, so we went 6 games with the Nuggets. We said, okay, things are looking good. It's fine. We still had CP3, blah, blah, blah. We were like, okay, cool, right? Things are looking up. We have KD. We did get rid of the Twins, but we can build around that. And then that's when we made the Beal trade. And I think from that point on is where...
That's where you would go back and undo things.
Yeah.
I like that answer.
The KD issue, sure, getting rid of the Twins is an issue. I love the Twins, but I think the revision history starts with the Beal trade, not with the KD trade. I think you could have made moves, that would have been fine. You know, with CP3 on the team still, you probably have to trade Shamet still, but I think you could have made deals after that. That would have been fine. Or you could have let CP3, you know, off the books or whatever, because he was only making 30 mil, right? You could have done some things, but getting Bradley Beal, I think, is the issue, not so much of like that's the point.
And for the record, both of us were 100% on board. We would have driven to Washington, picked up Beal, and personally escorted him to Phoenix. Both of us in the moment. In
the moment, because of, like you said,
right. So we're not trying to get out of that.
Shamet, because getting rid of CP3 Shamet for Bradley Beal, we you know, Brash, at the time you were like, yeah, let's do that. But revisionist history, yes, I think that's the point.
If you were a time traveler,
yeah, that's the point.
And you could go back and warn Matt Ishbia. That's the point. You stop.
I would say trading Ayton, cool, but do not make this deal.
Well, yeah, I mean, with trading Ayton, it was like literally the whole thing is like we want volunteers, not hostages, and he was a hostage at that point.
Yeah. So you could have traded Ayton, got yourself the deal that you got for Ayton, and still had CP3 on the team, and I think you would have been fine. You just would have dealt with CP3's unhealthiness.
Yeah, it's like we got rid of too many things at once. It was like I really believe if they would have chosen, they could have just chosen Monty, right? And said, DA, we're gonna move you, but they chose DA, and then DA wanted out. And then you moved Chris Paul, and it was like everything was gone now. Everything that was making us what we were, man. A 64-win team a couple of seasons ago. You know? The team that was attractive to Kevin Durant in the first place.
Exactly. And then you compound that with, then the offseason after that, you get Beal. Then you had to go get Keita Bates, Diop, Yuta Watanabe, Drew Eubanks, and a bunch of team veteran men guys that we were excited about at the time. Freaking Chimezi Metu, we were excited about the potential there. None of those guys worked out, and then you literally had a new team this year of everybody but Beal, Durant. Right. Like you had, like it was crazy the amount of turnover that you had this season. So I do think that's I think if you go back in time, that's the point of no return is the Beal trade, not the Durant trade. Even though I think I still go back and say don't do the Durant trade because you have something good, just keep building around it. But it's still Kevin Durant. I also say hey, stop Monty from saying something stupid to Matt Ishbia, keep CP3 and keep Monty on your team, trade Ayton. That's what I do. I think that's what I do.
Monty and Ish didn't get along either.
I think that's what I do. Is say, all right, make sure that Monty doesn't say anything stupid to Matt Ishbia, okay, or whatever disagreement happens.
Yeah, and you tell, because you're hypothetically a time traveler. You tell you pull Monty aside. You say, Monty, listen, man. Don't do it. Like, you need to be cool with Ishbia because he's going to get rid of you. Yeah, you'll get paid, but it's Detroit. You're going to tell Detroit that you don't want to go there, and then they're going to back up a second Brinks truck, and you're going to reluctantly go there, and it's going to be so bad, they are going to want you out. They're going to show up to your house with torches like Charlottesville all over again, okay? and your reputation is going to be so trash that you're going to be coaching high school I know you can't believe it, Monty, but you will be coaching high school
in 2
seasons if you don't make this work. It will I'm going to go talk to Ishbia. I'm going to tell him to get rid of Ayton, not you, because Ayton's going to end up wanting out anyways. So we just need to get a time stone in our hands. Is that going to be difficult? What is that face? What kind of thing are you seeing on Twitter? Or are you frozen like that? Okay, he's frozen and now ghost blurry.
Sorry. You know, my PC acting crazy. But yeah, I just think if we go back in time, those are the two things that I do. Stop the Beal trade from happening, and I stop Monty from getting fired. I keep CP3. I just deal with the fact that we have Shaman on the team, and you just let it ride. I think with CP3 on the team with Durant and Booker, he would have been able to feed them. You trade Ayton and get the pieces that you got. I think Monty could have made it work with Grayson and Nurkic. I think he could have made it work. NC says Monty needed to go. Monty didn't need to go. Monty only went because
it had to be Monty or Ayton had to go. Well, yeah, but you're right. You're right. No, you're right.
Because him and Ishbia didn't see eye to eye, and so Ishbia was like, "All right, well, we're firing Monty." Like,
I'm gonna grab my food and then get coffee. I'll be right back.
Alrighty, you keep doing your coffee. I see there's some argumentation in the chat. What are we arguing about in the chat? Monty deserved another code. My guy says Monty deserved another shot without Ayton or vice versa. Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. I feel like that's the revisionist history that you do. You keep Monty, you trade Ayton, and then you don't trade for Beal. I think that's exactly what you do, and you move it forward that way. And that's the alternative. That's the alternate timeline I think I roll with. There's not enough people holding Book accountable. People, okay. Direct drive zone. What do we need to hold them accountable for? Like, let's be specific. Because there are plenty of people in this chat that think that do, like, Code's one of them, that do hold Book account. Like, they are on Book, seriously. There's a lot of dudes in this chat I know for a fact they're on Book all the time, every game we play. Book has regressed. See, Code's right there. So I don't think that's it. Has Book regressed? So here's the deal, Code. All right, not Code and Direct Drive Zone, and Gabe can attest to this. I kept wanting to say during the season, I was like, I need to wait until January before I make a decision on Book. And what did Book do in January? I was willing to say I think Book is starting to regress. And then what did Book do in the month of January, which was aggravating? Decided to go on a tear. He started balling out. So I will say this. Do I think we're at the peak of what Book's capable of doing? Yes. I'll give you that. I think the plateau is there. And I'll say that much.
I
don't think it's going to get any better than it is right now or last year or the year before. So there you go. I'll concede that.
For the record, I should say, I just disagree, man. I think he can get back to that. That's part of the reason why I want Chris Paul back.
I would hope he could get back to that. I just do think we're at the plateau.
It's why I want Chris Paul back, and it's why I would prefer that we let Tyus run the point and have Book come off of screens, because that's when he was his best. He doesn't do that anymore. He's playing a different way. ISO point guard, James Harden. Only he doesn't have the handles that James Harden has. You know?
Yep.
Or the three-point shooting, the step-back three, as deadly as Harden had. He doesn't have a beard. He doesn't get high with Lil Baby. And that all comes back to bite him in the ass. All right?
I did like that question. That was a good question.
Who was it from?
From you, the time machine question. If you could go back, what would you stop? And I think, yeah, maybe I stop the KD trade, but I for sure stop the Beal trade and the Monty firing and keep CP3 on his team.
What are you going to say if the Suns make no moves today?
Cooked.
You're just going to say cooked?
Yeah, we're cooked. You know?
Look at this burrito.
That does look freaking phenomenal.
Toasted.
Now I want a burrito, bro. But there's no good burrito spots around here other than the Mexican restaurants. I ain't going to no Mexican restaurant for a burrito, dog. I go to Taco Bell. Ugh. Remember when Taco Bell used to have the extra large grilled stuffed burrito, and then they took that away because they're communists, apparently.
I mean, I know this sounds snobby, but I stopped eating
Taco
Bell in
I
high
live
school.
In Texas. I live in Texas. My name's Gabe. I live
it's
in
just
Texas.
their meat never seemed real.
Yes, it
there
never
were so many
seemed real.
stories about their meat.
It never seemed. Yeah, you're absolutely right. But do you not remember whenever they were like, which is hilarious? Because remember after we graduated, because we did graduate in the similar times. Whenever they're like, we have better meat now.
It's like, whoa, what was wrong with the meat before?
That was crazy back in the day. I can't hear you, by the way. You froze big time for me. You're muted.
I'm not muted.
You're muting yourself.
I shouldn't be.
Okay, now you're back. Yeah, you froze for me. And that was nuts.
Whoops.
That was nuts. It's all good.
More salads? Ugh.
And cinnamon twist, Paolo.
For real.
Man, what do I want to eat, bro? What do I want to eat?
Fourth and long. Because is James Jones rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic?
Absolutely. That's absolutely what he's doing.
James Jones or Matt Ishbia?
Okay, Matt Ishbia, whichever way you want to look at it. Let's see what they have on the old Grubhub here. Not that I'm ordering anything. I just want to see what food choices I have. Jimmy John's? Yeah, it's too far away.
Try to give you a little burrito tour here.
Ooh, you know what?
You can't see it because of the green screen.
I forgot there's Hub's Pub. Hub's? Actually, I shouldn't say that out loud. I shouldn't say that out loud.
You're getting food from P-Hub? What?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Wow. $9.99 dono from Johnny Dang. Thank you, Johnny. Says, thanks for making the season more enjoyable. Ishbia gonna ride this ship right into the iceberg. Straight ahead.
There was a thing that I found. Okay, let me see this. I'm gonna ask you what you think about this. Give me a second. I gotta find it though. Hub's favorites. Here we go. What do you think about this? It's called the horseshoe. Okay. 2 pieces of Texas toast topped with smoky pulled pork, shoestring fries, queso cheese, and barbecue. That just sounds like a bathroom break, like for 3 hours, just waiting to happen, bro. That's what that sounds like. But it also sounds really good.
I would try it.
Yeah, I'm very tempted to try it.
Brad says, yeah, not gonna lie, if I didn't watch this podcast, this season would be unbearable.
I'm glad that we can bring joy to your season. I'll be honest with you. I feel like we're a bunch of idiots that are, well, I don't even feel. I know that me and Gabe are 2 idiots that are morons and say a lot of stupid stuff. But we're fans nonetheless, and so
I'd be miserable if we weren't doing this, man.
I do appreciate y'all hanging out with us. Facts, bro. If I was just watching this, bro, I couldn't do it. This does help with the cope. Let me see. Another interesting subject being talked about. Hold on, let me see this. Brett Siegel. Don't know who that is. Another interesting subject being talked about amongst league circles right now is that the Hornets need a center and could be involved in the Suns' effort to unload Yusuf Nurkic. There's a potential for this becoming a multi-team deal.
Where'd you hear this?
Brett Siegel.
Who the hell is that?
Oh no, it says Brett Siegel NBA. Is that real? Works for Clutch Points.
Okay.
Josh Green and Cody Martin are very two intriguing names in Charlotte right now to keep tabs on before the deadline. So there you go. So there's that news.
Yes, Euphoria. Okogie's still on the Hornets. And they do need a center.
Who said that? Oh, Direct Drive. I thought you were talking to us. Somebody must have said that Booker had a better in the chat because we sure didn't say that. There's a reason why KD's an all-star and Booker's not.
A lot of that's just fan voting too. Like Kevin Durant
It don't
is
matter
like
if
a
fan voting
made
or not.
man.
Kevin Durant has undoubtedly had a better season than Booker. Undoubtedly been more consistent, and yes, is an all-star, regardless of fan voting or not, and fan bias or not. His season has spoken volumes. He has held his team together while both dudes have been unhealthy. Yes, Durant is an all-star for sure. It's not even so. You could say popularity contest or not. Durant has held this team together.
Yeah, so we can go get something. We don't care. We just want to get off of his money.
Listen to me. Do you know what's crazy? It's the fact that I know this dude personally, and he's doing all these crazy things with busting with the boys.
Who?
Will Compton.
You know Will Compton?
I graduated with Will Compton. I've told you this millions of times.
Why don't you ever tell me that?
He literally went to school with me.
Mm.
He was actually here recently.
He was one of my favorite Huskers.
And if dudes in the chat were smart enough and took that information, they would find out where I live. Because that's easy enough. If you could figure out where Will Compton's from, you can figure out where I'm from, and you could figure out, and you could find me within a freaking however many mile radius. Those freaking weirdos in the chat.
It was fun. Direct Drive. Fun while it lasted, brother.
That's crazy. Why are you being in Direct Drive? What do you say?
Who needs him?
Were you friends with Will? I played Little League Baseball with Will. I played football with Will. I did not go to Nebraska. Me and Will Compton are from the same hometown. Like, I know him. I could DM his personal Facebook account and he wouldn't answer me. Because he has two.
That'd be dope. You gotta put in a word for Gary. Gary's horny for him.
Really?
Bro, if we could work with Will. I'm like, calm down. We got 5,000 subs. Relax.
I mean, I could see what I could do. I don't have a lot of pool, but I could be like, hey, my buddies are a Husker channel. Could you do me a solid? I might be able to. If I can do that, I could do. But I don't think I would have a whole lot of pool because there's no reason for him to do it. Other than maybe if he's just watching a game for 30 minutes and hops by for 10.
I hate to say this because I know it sounds crazy, but I would be shocked if you hadn't seen our videos because we get crazy huge numbers, even though we only have 5K subs.
Could be possible.
Like, one of our, like, do you remember Adam Carricker?
Yes.
That dude, like, texts me and Gary. You know what I mean? Like,
that's pretty dope, bro.
Yeah. Like, we work with him now. Like, we're on his website or whatever, but.
Some must claim to fame. Hey, facts, bro.
Now that's a good question, Sundo. When are you creating that WWE?
Well, it was
channel?
supposed to be. We were supposed to create a Suns Valley podcast. What's the word I'm looking for? Conglomerate. Is that the word I'm looking for? What's the word I'm looking for, bruh?
An offshoot.
An offshoot. Some sort of related.
A spinoff
channel. And it was gonna be Suns Valley Wrestling, and we were supposed to watch the Royal Rumble, and then.
We just had to have a game during it.
And then we had to have a game during it. And then me being the person that I am, I don't want to make thumbnails.
Or edit.
Or edit.
But just doesn't want to do YouTube. You
No,
know?
it really, Gabe. Honestly, it really has a lot to do with my PC being just
Well,
dog
that
water
makes sense.
and making the editing process that bad. So when I get a new PC, I'll be able, and then it's actually infinitely faster. I will be able to do things. Like I'm not kidding you. Like for me, it's so bad that on my cut, and especially using a Premiere Pro, you're using, I can't remember, you're using Black, whatever that's called. I can't remember the program you were using, but I'm using Adobe Premiere. It was literally just like cut, and I have to wait for that cut, and it'd be like 5 seconds for that cut would go through. So I was like, yeah, I'm done. I'm done.
Yeah.
I'm done.
That was happening to me with my old computer. I
Yeah.
hated
So
it.
I was like, I'm done. I can't do it
Took
no more.
twice as long, 3 times as long to edit.
Yeah. That's why I stopped doing Studio Nintendo stuff. So if I ever get a new PC, I'm not saying Studio Nintendo would start up again, but
Be a lot easier.
Be a lot easier.
Raphael says trade Tyus for Dalton Connect. Raphael, that's not how this works. That's not how any of this works. Okay. Basically, when someone gets traded for, there's like a hold on their motions, like they can't be turned around and traded.
YYC, I would love to get a Mac. The only problem is Mac, as great as they are for video editing and music editing, they are absolutely worthless for doing the billion other things that me and Gabe are required to do. And that's the issue with Mac. They are not good streaming machines. There's no software for them that works. It's Mac is an issue when it comes to wanting to stream stuff like this, play games like we do, everything in between. Like it just be a big headache. I had a Mac and I had to stream with the Mac. It was not fun.
Well,
Daniel King says Sundo literally has an excuse for everything. What can I say? That's what I do. I am a union employee. Why didn't you do your job? I don't know. I had dust in my eye. Leave me alone. Moving on.
I've got tenure.
All right, go away, Daniel. When they ask me why I didn't do my job at work, I say, ask my committeeman. Sundo, is Sean Fain your boss? No, he's not my boss. He's just the head of the union. He's not my boss. Though the international is really doing a number on my local right now, and I'm not going to say any more than that.
Anything from Hayes?
No, nothing's happening right now, bro. This really is, I'm not gonna say a boring deadline because we started super early, but it's definitely nothing's moving right now.
I mean, normally there's stuff moving.
Well, everything moved earlier, and also I really do think that Luka trade and the value that they got put a damper. Like a lot of teams are like, "What? Luka got traded for that? We're not doing any other crazy deal like that." Nope, the market's changed, and you know what? To be fair, I feel like the Mavericks did us a favor. They completely reset the market.
Can you make an argument, like hypothetically, for why we would have had a deal in place to bring Butler here and send Kevin Durant to the Warriors?
What do you mean, why?
Why would we do that?
I think if the reports are right, Evan Siddery said, or whoever said, or Windhorse, that they thought they were going to pull a fast one and be able to get Butler and then some, and get good value for KD. And Riley was like, "No, I'm not doing that."
But that's from the Suns' perspective, why would the Suns want to do a big three of Beal, Butler, and Book?
Because of the value that they thought they could get with Butler.
Do you think,
and not just the value of Butler plus? That's the report out there.
Okay, makes a lot more sense than.
That's the way Windhorse made it seem in the report, that they were asking way too much for Kevin Durant for the Heat, and so the Heat said, "No, we'll just take Andrew Wiggins."
Daniel King's got a question for you about Flugrad.
Amanda Flugrad, and Amanda Flugrad is a very pretty individual. We say this all the time whenever we watch the show.
But She was getting outshined there for a while.
Oh, that's why they got rid of her, right? That's why they were like, Sophie's got to go. She probably orchestrated the whole deal. Bro, I'm legit. Like I know we joke, and this is not me being like a super OMG Sophie Cunningham so hot type time, but I'm gonna miss Sophie Cunningham because she was actually pretty funny.
You're such a simp.
She was actually pretty funny, and the fact that she got all that disdain for that picture that she took. Like, Sophie Cunningham was cool, bro. That's all I'm gonna say. And now she's gone, but she's in Indiana playing with Caitlin Clark, so good for her.
Such a simp, but I agree. She had it all, man. You know what she was? Like, she was that girl in high school that was an athlete but was also a babe. You know?
Ooh. And not just that, but a cool person. Like you know how there's those girls in school that were just like jerk. She definitely didn't seem like she was a jerk. She seemed like she was like pretty chill, pretty cool. What happened to Sophie Cunningham? She got traded to the Indiana Fever, bro. She's no longer a Mercury player.
You know, Code, I'm just the type of guy that appreciates a player that's the highest scorer ever for my franchise.
Timothy says, why can't we trade KD? I don't think it's the fact that we can't trade KD.
We can.
Wishes. I think the value that we thought we were going to get for KD for Butler, you know what I mean?
Plus, who wants to trade for a disgruntled Kevin Durant?
If we trade Durant and release Beal, then what? Then we're screwed and we're going to be bad forever, Roy. That's a bad decision, right?
Releasing Beal, we'd still have to pay him.
Yeah, you still would have to pay him. And you can't release him. I mean, you could release him, but you'd have to pay him $50 million for the rest of his contract. Like, that's not how. It's not like the NFL. Like,
that's how done he is with Beal.
So, I mean, it's literally one of those things where it's like that you can't do that.
You can't release him. His wife just started a company.
Gosh, here we go. Let's. YYC asked a question. This is a wrestling question. Who was hotter, China or Stacy Keibler? Oh, come on, bro.
All right, you know what?
Come on, bro. What are we doing?
You know what? I thought it was a serious question.
What are we doing, bro? Like.
Brian says, screw the rules, release Bradley Beal. Do you really, I mean, I know you're joking, but like, do you feel like, do you guys that dislike Beal, you guys realize that he's been playing better in the last 4 games, right? Sometimes, Timothy, sometimes she did.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Although, I gotta be completely honest. Gotta be honest. You remember like the first time she talked in the ring?
Okay.
Do you remember? Like, cause wasn't her character real quiet?
Yeah, she was a silent.
She was silent until what?
I can't remember when The Rock made her kiss his butt.
I'm a better wrestling historian than Sundo.
Sure, go ahead. Dude, you have been watching nothing but old wrestling
promos. Degeneration X is out there in the ring, and they're like, you know, they want to see, the fans want to see, can't remember what term he used, and him, you know, Triple H unbuckles his pants, and your boy X-Pac and Road Dogg, your favorite wrestler of all time, they unbuckle their pants and they get ready to moon the crowd. And then China steps in front and puts her hand like, no, like stops them. And she's like, like, who wants to see your guys's whatever the word was? I can't remember what it was that she used. It's like something like split or something. And then she moons the crowd. What I'm saying is her ass was not bad. For some reason, it wasn't bad. No, they Brian, they weren't showing. He wasn't telling someone to show the puppies. This was like ass. Anyways, do you remember when she mooned the crowd?
Vaguely, I was a kid.
Other than that,
there's a lot of things that happened in WWE that probably shouldn't have happened.
Bro, it was ridiculous.
Oh, man.
Like, it really had the vibes of, like, that era with, like, Girls Gone Wild. You know, Triple H getting chicks to flash. Clearly plants, okay? Clearly women planted in the audience with no bras on.
Yeah, like they even had Jenna Jameson out there on purpose one time. You don't remember that?
Really?
Yeah, they planted Jenna Jameson out in the crowd one time to flash the crowd. I remember that. That was like it was like a dark thing that they did.
Read Brad's comment.
Oh, man, is he available? That's crazy.
Remember those days? What I wouldn't give to go back to the Miles Bridges trade talk days. Those were better days, bro.
Okay, now I'm seriously getting hungry. I'm like seriously getting hungry. Let me see. Mrs. Sundo's too busy. Stuff.
You need to get that brisket explosion sandwich.
I guess. Oh, we have breakfast sandwiches, right?
Roy says, Gabe, do you think we can get Craig? I don't see why not. Yeah, he just got released. Like yesterday. AZ Soldier, nothing yet. Really nothing from anyone. This Raptors one on the screen, Davion Mitchell to the Heat for PJ Tucker. That's really the only move that's actually gone through today. We've got until 2 p.m. our time. Yeah, Code says, eat some leftover KFC.
Yeah, I'm sure going to get on that.
Chris Hall says, what about Kelly? I assume you're talking about Kelly Oubre. I can text Romp and ask him. Let me do that real quick. You get a Uber Eats or something?
Let's see what we got in the freezer real quick. I'll be right back, Ski. I'm sure something important will happen while I walk away.
That's the thinking.
It's usually how it works. Kevin Durant trade happens at 4 a.m. while I'm asleep.
Nope. Nothing yet. Nothing at all. You guys having a good time? You guys having a good time watching no trades happen at all during the trade deadline? Brian says, this is a wrestling show now. So we're not talking about Kelly Oubre. Roy is in class. Roy, do you have like a headphone in or what? It's got to be so weird watching this channel while you're in school. Right? Is it not weird? Brian Herrera says Deborah or Trish Stratus. So Deborah was Stone Cold's wife, right? She was cool, but Trish Stratus is in the Trish stratosphere. Like, it don't get no more elite than Trish Stratus. The only other one I'm willing to consider here is Stacy Keebler. Okay? Soul Collector's at work. Mike's at work. Mandy Moore says, I run a weed store. LOL used to run wrestling shows a few years ago. Like, really, like, I don't want to be, like, say low grade, but, like, are we talking, like, super amateur wrestling? Okay, Ross, I guess we're talking wrestling until a trade happens, because he brought up Goldberg, and I got a lot to say. I thought Goldberg was cool, and I think I know why people thought Goldberg was cool. Goldberg was super cool because of his physique and his demeanor. The spear was a dope move. I mean, it's just tackling. It's just a football tackle, but it's cool. I think the reason we liked him is because he hurt people for real, so I think it looked more real because it was real. Because now as an adult, going back and hearing what the wrestlers talk about, they hated working with him because he would injure you. You know, that's kind of like why I'm like, I can't believe Braun Breaker really hurt Speed like that when Speed's not even an amateur wrestler. You know, it's like you're supposed to protect each other out there a little bit. And Goldberg was not protecting anybody, not even Undertaker, you know? So I think that's why. So as an adult, I can look back and see Goldberg for what he is, just like now I see Hulk Hogan for the asshole that he is. But at the time, I was big into. I liked Goldberg so much that I liked Gilberg. Okay? Goldberg just had that, like, thing where, like, you never thought he was ever going to lose. He was invincible, you know, which was a cool shtick. Thank you, Bob. That's what's up, man. I will say a lot of people have been sticking in there and hanging out with us and continuing to watch these streams, even though the Suns are going nowhere fast, right? Like, I would have thought a lot more people would have checked out. So we just have to say thank you to y'all for not, because, you know, it makes it more boring for us. But Tim Seconds says, freaking Suns, I disown this team. Give them a couple hours until you disown them. Disown them at 2 p.m. Central if they don't do nothing. You know? Soul Collector says, never was a Hulk Hogan fan. I mean, everybody at that age, like when I was that age, was kind of brainwashed into liking him. He was like the guy. He was like the thing, you know? But I didn't even really watch much wrestling. I was probably too young during that. Roy, I'm starting to kind of believe that the reports or whatever, the sentiment that Booker wants to stay with the Suns and be the Larry Fitzgerald. You guys heard that, right? Recently? It's like, I'm starting to believe that. I'm not saying that there's nothing that we could do wrong that would eventually make him want to leave, but I think we have kind of a long runway with him to get things figured out with him still being 28 years old. Johnny Dang says, Gabe, why are you a Suns fan? Are you from Phoenix? So, I mean, I've told this before, so I'll keep it real quick, but I lived in Phoenix from like 2006 to 2009, and during that time, Nash and Amari were in full swing, and I started going to Native New Yorker. this wing place that was in Phoenix. I don't know if you guys remember that. I used to go there with a buddy, and you combine the on-court product of what the Nash era with D'Antoni was producing. It was intoxicating basketball. It was like getting drunk on basketball. It was so fun to watch. I mean, those boys were putting up 130 every night and winning 12 games in a row, 9 games, 15, 16 games, just cooking people. And then it wouldn't work out in the playoffs because they'd run into the Spurs, who would slow them down and grind them out. Pause. And but still, it was so fun. And then also, low key, the jerseys, like not their current ones, but like just like the gear, the orange and black and purple, it just spoke to me. Seeing people walking around Native New Yorker and everybody was in like Barkley jerseys, Dan Marley jerseys. Like I saw the threads and I was like, these look good, not gonna lie. And then as I was like giving myself to Phoenix, we traded for Shaq. And I'm the type of bozo that thought Shaq was going to work. What'd you get?
I didn't get anything. I had to just found whatever was in my freezer.
Sports Geek, I got to tell you a quick story about Robert Horry hip check. So this was like 2 years before I moved to Phoenix. I was at Spurs fan Gary's apartment in Omaha, watching that game where Amari got ejected and kicked out for the end of the series. And like when I saw that happen, it made me hate the Spurs. It made me have such disdain for them. And that was before I even became a Suns fan. So that was like a weird omen of what was to come. Code said something earlier I think you should hear. Code said, where is it at?
Work on your face, so I don't feel like this is going to be very honest.
No. This is nice. He said, not going to lie, you guys are the only podcast I listened to this season. I can't take the blind positivity from the other podcasts. Is that what it's been like out there, Code?
If I'm being honest.
A bunch of overly optimistic stuff?
If I'm being honest, I don't think it's overly optimistic. I'll keep my mouth shut. I'll text it to you.
One of them, huh? Let's refresh Shams here. I'm sure he's got some tweets about the Suns. Milwaukee, 3 seconds ago, is trading Patrick Baldwin Jr. and cash to San Antonio. Whatever gets this shit moving along. Okay.
This is what we're getting now, thanks to Luka.
Thanks a lot, fat boy. Assume the position. Okay. Mello Moreno wants to blame us. Okay, he says y'all made me get Chick-fil-A. What'd you get?
I didn't get anything. We have these like little chicken sliders.
No, I want to know what Mello got from Chick-fil-A. He had the balls to get fast food, unlike you.
Food fast, not
you
fast.
You played
food.
it safe. All right. Rookie said, I listened to the official broadcast at work, then come here to crash out.
Fair enough. I'm glad we can be your crash out safe zone. Lakers are moving Maxi Kleber. Okay.
Another trade? So things
Luca.
are moving a little bit.
Luca,
can you get me to LA? I thought you said you were going to text me.
my phone's upstairs. Give me a second.
Don't you feel shameful when you eat on stream?
I do.
You look like an animal who like I caught in the wild, doing something. You're like, why are you looking at me? Oh shit! We had a good wrestling question up here, and I freaking forgot. Oh, okay. Someone asked us, who did you prefer as a tag team duo? Hardy Boys or the Dudley Boys? I gotta go Dudley. For some reason, I didn't like.
And are we really gonna leave Edge and Christian out of it too?
What was their duo name? Just Edge and Christian, right?
They're just Edge and Christian, but they're freaking. That's where the TLC match came from because they were the chair users. They use chairs all the time.
Nothing yet. It's Kevo. Nothing yet.
The Hardys were the ladders. The Dudley Boys were the tables, and Edge and Christian were the chairs.
Right. The Dudley Boys were just fun, man. They were a vibe.
I'm gonna go Dudley Boys. The Hardy Boys were cool too.
I didn't like the Hardy Boys fishnet and green hair. I just couldn't relate, bro. I couldn't relate.
Didn't like the juke?
I mean, they were like so like wannabe like punk. I mean, maybe they were really punk. I don't know. I didn't vibe with that at that age. I wasn't emo yet. Non-conforming as can be.
Yeah, I think I'm going with Dudley Boys just because Bubba Ray and D-Von were just extremely entertaining. They were both great talkers. The Hardy Boys were cool, but they just did a lot of like unnecessary bumps and high flying stuff. They weren't really the best talkers. And then Edge and Christian, or like Code said, the Blood Brothers, like they were just they were also very entertaining. Especially Christian's like whiny boy persona later was hilarious. But for sure, it's the Dudley Boys. They were the better talkers, dude. Yeah, way better talkers.
I like how they could just steal things like "What's up" and like
exactly.
Like the WWE would just do that. They would just steal popular culture stuff and just absorb it like it wasn't copyright infringement.
Boy says Sundo Usos or New Day. I would have said the New Day 2 years ago, but now it's probably Usos. The Usos have definitely surpassed the New Day as the premier tag team of this current generation, I guess. Even though the Usos are now singles competitors, but I guess that's what makes them better because the New Day, Big E's the only one who came out of the New Day who was a singles competitor, and Kofi too, I guess.
Rock and sock, bro.
The Rock and sock connection, I forgot all about that.
That was a good connection, and I didn't even like Mankind.
Wow.
Gabe
doesn't even appreciate Mick Foley for what he is.
I appreciate the fact,
which was the ultimate worker,
the ultimate bump taker.
That's what I mean by the ultimate worker. He was the ultimate worker.
I get him for that. That's cool.
He was the ultimate worker. He was the ultimate job. Like he put people over consistently. That was his job. And he finally got a short championship run, but he got one.
Damn, Brian Herrera bringing up Val Venus. That's a name that is like kind of got lost in my memory.
Val Venus is definitely one of the most hated people in the wrestling community right now. So
is he?
Yeah. Because he's definitely one of those tinfoil hat guys.
You know who I had totally forgot? Really?
Mm-hmm.
You know who I totally had forgotten about was Perry Saturn.
Yeah, me too.
Bro, they were just cranking out bald, ripped, testosterone-ridden dudes with goatees. That was the mold. That was
Vincent McMahon.
They were printing those dudes out. Like
3D printers.
Yes.
And remember the Boogeyman? Yes. Boogeyman was terrifying, bro.
You know, I went on a little thing watching some another wrestling video. I've been watching wrestling videos about your boy Vince Russo.
Oh man, you just don't learn about Vince Russo?
Yes, I'm just now learning. I didn't understand all that shit.
Yeah,
but now
bro,
I know.
Like, yeah, the writers that were in the Attitude Era: Vince Russo, Jim Cornette, and JR was there also. Like the big writers were there, and freaking Bruce Pritchard and Hayes, right? Like those were the big writers then, and Cornette hated Vince Russo with a passion. Have you heard about that beef? The Jim Cornette and Russo beef?
No.
That's your next one. That's
Okay.
your next one. Look up Jim Cornette and Vince Russo beef. Bro, Jim Cornette hates Vince Russo with everything within him. Because Vince Russo was a TV guy coming into wrestling and didn't understand the business, but he wanted to but he understood how to sell the product. And so, bro, Cornette hated him because he would make a bunch of suggestions. Cornette's like, you can't do that. Like just look up the Brawl for All.
Well, then he went and ruined WCW for goodsies. So yeah, he was right.
So just look up the Brawl for All and that whole idea when the WWE did that.
Okay.
And that'll start it. Freaking Cornette hates that man to this day. Still hates this man. Like he will bring him up in his podcast, and it's just the most hilarious thing. Yeah, and Code's right. Just watch Dark Side of the Ring series. That's definitely dope. Yeah, just look up the Brawl for All Dark Side of the Ring. Yeah, that was different times. Man, but yeah, that Russo and then Bischoff.
Yeah, it's crazy that Eric Bischoff came over, bro.
Well, Eric Bischoff got fired before Russo took over, remember?
Just the fact that he would, you know what I mean? Like, considering the way they were going head to head, and then...
Well, Vincent, that was the beauty of Vincent McMahon. If you were good enough to help the business, he would do it, even after he destroys you. Paul Heyman. But the thing with Paul Heyman, though, was Paul Heyman and Vince McMahon actually had a working relationship. Even though ECW was his competition, like they actually had a working relationship. Like Vince McMahon actually helped subsidize ECW for a little bit. So there was a work. ECW did not choose to go head to head with WWE like WCW did. Like ECW was like almost like how TNA is now with WWE.
I would compare the two. Never learned about either of them. Yeah, Oracle. I couldn't relate to any WWE talk either until
Gabe decided to go down, until he decided to go down the rabbit hole and watch wrestling history.
Watching the old stuff, good stuff.
Once you do that, bro, you're like, oh my gosh, I can't believe how ridiculous,
how good and how bad it was.
Yes,
man.
But no, just like how just the history of the wrestling business is ridiculous and it's like scandalous.
It all started. My interest got piqued because of that Mr. McMahon
documentary.
That's when I started being like, oh man.
You're like, bro, this is super scandalous. I can't believe it.
For real.
Yeah, that's how it goes. Oh man, any moves happen yet?
I just refreshed. Nothing since the Patrick Baldwin Jr. blockbuster trade deal.
Someone ping me when we talk. Raise your we're trying to talk, but nothing keeps happening, and we are just waiting for the Suns. Like that meme of the guy with the stick pushing the rock. Come on, do something. That's us right now with the Phoenix Suns. Come on,
that's us right now with the entire NBA of free agency. Like,
man,
no
for
one's
real,
doing anything.
And like we could talk about hypotheticals all we want.
We need to start considering, although it's unlikely. What if, for the most part, nothing more interesting than Davion Mitchell to Miami and Patrick Baldwin? What if this is the level of moves that you get the rest of the day?
Well, then Luka Doncic, that trade ruined the market. That's my take on it. If nothing happens, that Luka trade will not only go down as being one of the craziest trades ever that happened, it'll also go down as the trade that completely reset the market, and now we're not going to get any ridiculous trades. that and the new CBA, those two will go hand in hand.
Can I tell you my speaking of tinfoil?
Yeah.
Can I tell you how I really feel about that Lakers Luka trade?
I mean,
can I be real?
Be real, son.
Can I be real?
Be real, son.
So I made a video about it on Vonsanity, and the tenor of the video was very much like, man, like I was a cuck, you know, I was like such a cuck about it, like, wow, how did this happen? Why would they do that? This is crazy type cuck energy. Okay. And then I woke up the next day and I was like, oh, it was rigged. The NBA's fucking rigged. Okay, here's why. I listened to Blazers Uprise because I'm a real man. And I know where to learn about basketball from.
Fair enough.
And Eric was making a really good move, or a really good point. You know how they do their off-season mock off-season, like NBA off-season, where they have 28 people in it, including the two of them. Everyone takes a team and they make mock moves that have to be done by the letter of the law of the CBA.
Yeah. You participated or tried to participate.
I'm trying to fill anybody else in the chat that doesn't know what we're talking about. I know you know. So I was in it one year and I saw this happen. I think it might have even happened to me, and I saw it happen to others. Eric says, in our mock off seasons, when two people get together and they decide to do a trade and they bring it to us, because you had to bring it to Eric and Tori to okay it as they acted as commissioner, and the trades.
So this is like LARPing, but for NBA.
LARPing.
Okay.
NBA LARP. Okay.
NBA LARP. Got it. Go.
So he goes, if a trade like this happens, we say to you, okay, before we push this trade through, who else have you offered Luka Doncic to? And if you said no one, the trade would not go through, because they would let you know you are doing your team a disservice by not offering Luka up to everyone, so that you're doing yourself the greatest disservice, because all these other dudes running other teams want Luka Doncic. And so by process of elimination, you're going to get a better deal because they're going to fight each other for your pleasure, you effing moron. Okay? So I would liken it to, you know, the game show where it's like, which, you know, door number 1 or door number 2? You go, I'm going to go door number 1. And they show you what it is. And they go, now you could keep this, or you can go to the mystery door. You want the mystery door? And you're like, it's got, you know, glitter on it. How do I say no? And the thing there is, if you take the mystery door, you have to forego the first door. Whatever you had is now gone, and you only get what's in the mystery door, right? Can't think of what show that was, but that was an old-timey show back before our time, bro. So this would be a little bit different. There's 27 doors. But not only are we going to allow you to keep whatever's behind door number 1, if that's what you want, if by the end of peeking behind every door, you still want AD and 1 first, and you give up a second, you can take it. We're not pulling that away from you. But you need to open 27 other doors to see if someone gives you 5 first-round picks, the way that the Suns moved off of basically for Kevin Durant at 35 when Luka's 25. Okay, but the Nico says, no, I don't want to look behind 27 other doors to see if I get a better deal. I just want to give it to the Lakers. So I'm going to hide this from everyone. Meanwhile, drop that into the landscape of the fact that this is the worst ratings in the NBA. And I know you saw that meme going around recently about how, like, in the NBA, like, 7 out of every 8 states, their favorite team is the Lakers.
Mm-hmm.
This shit was rigged. Rigged for the Lakers, rigged for the league.
Tinfoil hat game.
It was a perfect storm to get the Lakers the second probably biggest worldwide European star that's got marketability all over the world. They wouldn't even allow someone to come in with a better deal. They wouldn't even allow him to he didn't even want to check for a better deal.
Yeah, I feel you on that, but I think they wanted AD. And I think that's probably why.
That's where they
the money match.
That's where they get you. They rely on people to think. They rely on people to be like, they probably wanted AD. No. I mean, sure they did. All I'm saying is someone could have beaten that deal. Someone could have came in and said, Dallas, we're going to give you 4 first-round picks the way that Rudy Gobert went for 4 first-round picks and a pick swap. Plus, they got Walker Kessler out of it. There are so many teams that could have beaten that deal, and they weren't given the opportunity. And it just so happens to be the Lakers, when the Lakers are the number 1 marketable team in the NBA. Get the hell out of here, bro.
So anyway, now that you got that out of the way, and I do find it hilarious, and I'm not gonna lie, there's a lot to that, because I remember that CP3 to Lakers trade back in the day that didn't happen.
It almost felt like Silver was like, I ain't stopping this because I don't want to do the second coming of stopping them from getting Chris Paul.
Yeah. So anyway, sure. But I feel like that Luka trade for sure has reset the market. And maybe that's why things aren't going. Like, everybody's like, oh, wait, you mean I can get a superstar without giving up my entire future like Luka? We're not trading anymore. Good luck. I feel like that's how this is now going to happen. Like, I think it legitimately reset the market. Like, even Jimmy Butler only went for, I mean, he's older, but like a Jimmy Butler move 2 years ago would have been not what that was.
Right.
When he's
33, but he's 35 now.
I'm just saying, like, just in general, like, because
they gave him up for 1 first-round pick, all because they wanted to spite the Suns because Jimmy was pushing so hard for us.
That could be it too, but also I kind of feel like I think this. We'll see. There could be some trade coming out later.
Pick.
I think that trade reset the entire market now, and I think GMs should be smart to be like that. I think GMs should be very smart to be like, "Hey, wait a minute, Luka just went for a first and some dudes. I'm not giving you my entire first round pick and mortgage my future. Not doing that." So I genuinely feel like
I would look back at you and say, okay, look, just because the Lakers had it rigged for them, don't mean that shit's sweet over here.
Well,
the price is the
cool.
price.
Well, that's cool. Good job letting your player walk away for free.
I just have a hard time. I guess what I'm trying to say is I just have a hard time believing that people are letting letting that trade affect them. Like, I feel like all the other GMs know it was Fugazi.
Nah, bro. They can definitely reset. They can definitely reset the market, bro. I think this trade has reset the market, bro. I really do. Because like the GMs are going to say that now. Oh, man, but he went for AD in the first. Okay, cool. Then you're going to give me something similar. You're going to give me your best player that's aging in a first, right? And that's it. I think it has reset the market. I think teams are definitely going to look at this and say that now.
Jason, I'm not
sure.
saying that the Suns could have beaten that trade, but we would have given him Kevin Durant. If we would give up Kevin Durant for Jimmy Butler at age 35, we would have given up Kevin Durant for and reunited him with his boy toy, Kyrie, and they could have frolicked away together. We would have offered KD 3 first-round picks, our seconds.
And so
probably would have gave up Dunn.
I think that's why KD didn't get moved.
But we were never given the chance.
No. I think that's why. Listen to me. I think that's why KD didn't get moved, because by Windhorse's reports, the Suns were asking too much. And I bet you Pat Riley just said, "You saw what happened for Luka. I'm not doing that." Moving on.
I have an update from my source.
Okay, who's your source?
Can't tell you because that defeats the whole purpose of having sources. That keeps me better than you. Now my source is Romp, and and
I kind of knew what your source was.
So this is pertaining to Kelly Oubre, okay? Because we're that down bad, we're back to trying to get Kelly Oubre.
Okay.
I said to him, "Is Kelly Oubre available?" He said, "Personally, I want him gone, but the Sixers treat him like he's untouchable, so I doubt he's moving."
Coach says, "What could we get for Devin Booker?" That's the real question. Well, Code, if we go by what I'm saying, probably not a lot. I'm telling you, bro. This.
I bet you could get a big ol' hefty package for Book.
Nope. I'm telling you right now, bro. The Luka trade has reset the market, and maybe that was the plan.
I mean,
I really feel like it has, because I think with the new CBA coming out, and you can't and being in a second apron, and the apron being really hard on you, I think GMs have now decided they're going to reset the market. I think this Luka trade has reset the market. Teams aren't willing to just fork over all these first round picks anymore.
What would a deal look like? So let's go with the Rockets. Let's just go Rockets because they're the heaviest and hottest after him.
I think if you trade him to the Rockets, you tell the Rockets we want our picks back, and you try to get them. But I think the Rockets will be like, we'll give you one.
So craft the deal.
What, for KD? Well, of course we got to make the money work. But you're going to give me
no for Book.
For Book?
For baby Book.
Okay. You're going to give me those picks back. All right, you can get Book.
And
then you're going to give me a Shingun. You know what I'm saying? But that's not going to happen because all the Rockets got to say is, well, see what happened with Kyrie? Not going to happen. Thanks for the reminder. Let's go on. Let's get on the old Spo track here. Let's get on the old Spo track. And let's just see. Okay, so
no Code. Amen Thompson. I mean, he's playing crazy right now. People are starting to think he was.
So Shingun right now, the money works now, but then he's going to be making, by his extension, 33 next year. So Shingun off the table. So just forget about that. They can send this Jock Landell back. There's always Jabari Smith. I don't think they're moving on Jabari. Reed Shepard, they're definitely not moving off if they just got him. Dylan Brooks. You want Dylan Brooks, Gabe? You want Aaron Holiday back? So even then, your options from them are limited as well. You want Van Vliet?
I mean,
honestly,
he's kind of getting paid a little too much too.
He's getting paid. I'm asking to make for the money to match. I'm asking for Van Vliet and Jabari Smith.
Final boss Roy Maivia,
but that's not going to happen. So
says, could we get Cam Johnson by any chance?
No.
Tell him why.
Unless we are able to move a bunch of players beforehand. But even Nurk's not enough to get Cam Johnson. So. And you can't move 2 for once. Remember that.
That's the juice from the squeeze of the second apron, Roy. You're not able to. That's what not aggregating is. We would have to send them someone that's making more money.
Beetlejuice. I
than
don't
Cam
think
Johnson.
I need to. We need to stop saying that the league hates the Suns. The league don't care enough about the Suns to hate. They're just indifferent about the Suns. So the league don't want the Suns to succeed. That's not a thing. They're just indifferent about the Suns and don't care, which is worse than actually hating the Suns, in my opinion. Getting a little broed like that. What's up?
Sports Geek says the Suns are that dude that got stuck in the cave head first. You know that picture of like that dude that's like, they show the pathway and then he gets stuck down in their head first. Oh, that is the most painfully accurate thing I've ever heard. My soul is broken. Thank you, Sports Geek.
Here's the thing about cave diving. You don't have to do it.
But we did it, baby. We did it.
Like, that's the thing about in real life. Forget the Suns, the metaphor. Like, in real life. That's the thing about you don't have to cave dive.
We didn't have to go all in for a big three. That's cave diving. You know?
Like, if someone's like, hey, Sundo, you want to go cave diving? No, I'm good.
And you were rooting for it. You said, bring me Bradley Beal.
I did not, sir.
You said this was all going to work out.
Why would you say that about me?
You said that Bradley Beal could be a point guard.
Danny Dinks says, will the effect of Luka resetting the market fade over time?
Yeah, the market,
but not for a while.
Until somebody else goes for a big, pause package.
Big package, he says. Big package.
All right, I guess it's time to refresh here.
Refresh the whole thing.
Shams. Nothing. In fact, his tweets seem to have gone backwards in time. I'm not even seeing his newer tweets from today. Good
All right, I'll be right back. I need to take these dishes upstairs and grab my phone because I left it upstairs.
Gotta take the dishes upstairs, folks. He thinks we're gonna believe that shit.
Don't worry. My webcam's only black because I accidentally unplugged it. Hold on. My dadgum feet.
Brad says he thinks Embiid gets moved. Yeah, at some point you got to imagine they're going to rip that cord while they can still get value for him. I've really, really, really soured on Embiid. He was so good in that year that he got the MVP, but I just feel like he's other than that, he's just insufferable. I hate watching him play. I hate watching him flop. It's just like, I understand he's good, but he's not enjoyable to watch. Beetlejuice says, do you think Beal sticks with the Suns for the whole contract? Yeah, because he's only going to get older, which is going to make his no trade clause that less attractive, you know? I'm shocked that Bradley Beal didn't want to leave Phoenix. It almost makes me like him more. You know? I'm shocked that the way the fans scapegoated him and continue to scapegoat him and talk shit to his wife and kid, and I'm just shocked that he wants to be in Phoenix. I really believed that feeling unwanted and being moved to the bench would have been enough for him to just be like, I'm out.
Let me plug this thing in.
Yeah, Charles, can you believe that? I mean, wowie. I think it was more about my dislike for Joker. I think I just liked Embiid more. And I think that clouds a lot of our judgment. I think we're all kind of guilty of that at points where you want something to be true, so you just believe it, as far as thinking that Embiid was better than Joker. Joker's crazy. Absolutely crazy.
Dang, it's so bad that even Suns Jam and Espo talking on Twitter.
Yeah?
Suns Jam, appreciate them. Good peoples over there. Beal is the iceberg that is sinking the Suns' Titanic. That contract has ruined the KD book window. We have no present, no future, and past defined by bad decisions. And then Espo said a lack of clear roster construction and vision did them in. Big swings were great, but in the end, you got talent that did a lot of the same things well and didn't diversify. Not Beal's fault. And then Sun Jam says, not Beal's fault, but he will come to symbolize the malpractice of the Suns' lack of strategic, a walking, talking reminder that we see every night. Suns fans down bad. Suns fans down bad.
If there was anything to blame James Jones for, the thing that I see...
Not James Jones.
No, James Jones. Truly. If there's one thing I would pin on him, his fingerprints are all over the fact that we spent all of our money on shooting, none of it on defense and dribbling and passing. That's a James Jones special. James Jones loves some James Jones-esque players. He likes shooters and wing players. He likes wing shooters and nothing else. Back when he was in charge, that's what he wanted. Shai Gilgeous, the future MVP? Nah. I want a 3-and-D wing player who has an insane hitch on his jumper. De'Aaron Fox? Nah. I want a 3-and-D wing player with an insane hitch on his jumper. You see a pattern? What wasn't him? Code? Which one wasn't Jones? Was he only the assistant to Ryan McGet-It-Dunna when they got Josh Jackson? Okay, that makes sense. But don't step on my toes here. You're making me look bad in front of everybody, all right? And that's not chill. It's not very chill. We're talking about getting campaign back in the chat. Seriously, Michael, anything. Nurk for a Twinkie.
Nurk for a Twinkie is crazy, and how pathetic that is that's where we are. A Twinkie, bro. I will take a Twinkie.
We could feed it to Bull and maybe he'd gain some weight. He'd be able to go out there and play.
That's not possible.
Michael Crayman says, Gabe and Sundo, what is the possibility of trades today?
No one knows, bro, for being honest with you.
Well, we got 2 hours left. I'm going to be shocked if we don't make at least one move. It's just not James Jones and Ishbia's way to not make any moves. It's not what they do. You know? Luis Davis says, looks like we not making any moves. Spray May says, James Jones should be fired and Ishbia should sell the team. I think he should. We'll see what happens. But if I were to fire James Jones, I would say, Ishbia, give up the GMing. Just give it up for now and bring in Bob Myers. Who's Bob Myers, you say? The architect of the Golden State dynasty, who was let go because I think he wanted maybe partial ownership or something over there, not because of his history of making moves. That's somebody I trust running my team, and Ishbia should let him. Yeah, Spray Maze, but like, who could they have gotten instead of Wiseman? Was there a lot of people instead of Wiseman that they could have got? You know, they were desperate for a big. We know something about taking a big we shouldn't have.
Gosh, hold on.
Yeah, they did. They traded LaMelo, didn't they? They took LaMelo and traded it. Yeah, because I remember I thought he was going to go there. But how does LaMelo fit with Steph Curry? How does that work? I'm not saying LaMelo isn't great. He is. But how does that work with Steph Curry? You know, like that. Those are the types of reasons why we didn't go for Luka, stupidly, and went for Ayton. It was like, we're trying to fill a need here. We've got our guard of the future. Let's get our big of the future. Francis says Nurkic for Schroeder. Hey, if that's what it takes, you know, if that's what it took. Big Bad Brad says same way Jordan Poole fit with him. But yeah, but Jordan Poole was coming off the bench. I don't think LaMelo was ever going to be coming off the bench. And he's so ball dominant. What are you doing, by the way?
We're paying more bills.
This guy.
Sorry.
Welcome to the Suns Valley Bill Cast.
Hey, look, bro, I had to pay more bills. I just saw an email.
Okay.
It was like, oh, let me go ahead and pay that real quick.
They're like, we're getting to repossess your... All right, well, then here you go.
Something similar. It was my electric bill. It was like, oh, by the way, you didn't pay the...
We're going to repossess your electricity.
You didn't pay the late fee, that $25. We're still going to cut your bill off. I'm like, what? $25? So I had to hurry up and pay that real quick. What if we fire James Jones? It's not going to happen. We still have Matt Ishbia as an owner, Roy.
Well, he could fire him. He could say, I need to bring a visionary in here, and I don't think... I wasn't happy the way we struck out. Wasn't happy with getting pantsed in front of everyone during the trade deadline.
Yeah, but you can't blame that on him.
If you think about it, bro, the whole getting Jimmy Butler thing was always like... It was always...
Here we go.
Fruitless.
The Sixers, do you see this? The Sixers are now sending an additional 2030 second-round pick to Dallas as an amended aspect of Philadelphia's trade earlier this week to send Caleb Martin to the Mavericks. So Dallas just getting more things.
So what did they come away with here?
All is quiet as it relates to Cam Johnson potentially being traded from the Nets. Until the team steps up to meet their asking price, they're going to wait.
Do we know what the asking price is?
No, probably. But this is what I'm saying, bro. I'm telling you, the market has been reset. This Luka trade has reset the market.
Stop pushing your agenda.
I'm not pushing my agenda. I'm just saying, like, because it's never been like this.
They better do something, bro. TikTok.
No, we can't trade for Cam Johnson.
Unless you trade, Beal won't go. Kevin Durant, they don't want him back because he left them. And he wouldn't want to be there. Or Booker. Do you want to trade Devin Booker for Cam Johnson? Don't answer that. You guys will probably say yes. Because you're that emotional right now. Because you're that browbeaten right now. So don't answer.
Definitely got all these people telling Book congratulations for breaking the all-time score. They even got Calvin Johnson in on it.
All that shit to me, honest to God, I know I hate to be a stickler, or a stick in the mud, I should say. It just is so hollow to me. It don't mean anything right now. It's all overshadowed. It doesn't mean anything. I'm not excited. I'm not excited like I should be. Doesn't mean anything.
Yep. I totally agree.
You do? I thought you were against that because someone had said that in the live stream. And
about what?
And you were like, well, it's still cool. Like, still
it's still cool, and it means something to that franchise, which is why I say they're not trading him because of that alone. But still, at this time, whenever your team is definitely on a downslope, after 4 years ago you were just in the finals to having high hopes to now not having hope, that achievement does feel hollow because of the expectations this team has.
PR Loke says, and I was thinking this too last night, and this is sad. As soon as I had the thought, I thought, God damn it, this is bleak. Says, let's just try to get all the old Suns players back. I was thinking that. I'm like, let's get my boy Javon Carter. Let's get Sticks. Let's get Torrey Craig. You know, we'll go grab Campaign out of New York, New York. You know you need unique New York. You know? But yeah. You too. You and Code, huh? Now you got this is where you guys want to team up?
Oh, we are teaming up.
This
bro.
is where you want to team up.
We are teaming up. Dang right, we're teaming up on this one. Code, let's go. Dudley boys. That's right. We'll team up. Like, Code didn't even say anything bad. Dude just got his feelings for a minute.
I don't know. Roy says, should I got bald guys? Okay, so either you're saying, should I go bald guys, or you're saying, should I have gotten 5 guys, and you spelled it wrong. So which is it?
That's actually a good catch. That's actually a really good catch.
Right? Should I go bald, guys? For the love of God, no. If you have the choice, if you're going bald, that's a whole nother story. If you have a full head of hair, enjoy it.
Does. Keep it, bro.
Enjoy it. In fact, grow it out long. Grow it as long as you can.
Grow it out as long as you can, and then and then give us a Razor Ramon cosplay.
You have to cherish it. You
do. Give us the Razor Ramon cosplay, bro. All right.
No buzz cut. I mean, you can, but just enjoy it, man. You never know if it's gonna go. Where would I be without you? Sorry, got lost thinking about me old fro.
Me old fro.
I want to know. Shooter for Nurk and get Kai Jones from the Clippers, he says. Man, so we're all the way to the bargain bin, is what I'm hearing.
For Shams. Teams are still making aggressive calls for Kevin Durant.
Uh-oh. I don't like the word aggressive. I don't like the word aggressive, but I think we need to talk about it. Okay? Is he upset right now that we tried to move his ass back to his
no, he hasn't requested the
trade,
trades, what he said. If there's any time to prove me wrong about the market being reset, now is the time, Phoenix. Now is the time. Okay? But yeah, isn't that crazy, Code? Like, Larry Bird. I mean, look at basketball's more global than it's ever been.
We need a new poll.
What's the poll? Actually, don't even tell me. You just put it up like I did like last time. Don't even tell me. Just put it up blind. Don't even say anything to the people in the chat.
Okay.
I can't wait.
Here we go.
All right. Can we not insult each other in the chat here?
Can't we all just get along?
It's Black History Month. Okay. All right, bro. You can go on somewhere too with that. You go on, bro. See ya. Bye. Bye. Make another burner and come in here.
Should the Suns move KD against his wishes? Taught up in this piece, bruh. I can't wait. What do you think the poll's gonna turn out to be?
Well, I already know what I voted. I already know what I voted.
Yeah, I don't know what's squeakier, Brian, my chair or his microphone, but my chair is hella squeaky.
It's definitely my mic stand.
Sounds like a old roller
My mic
coaster.
stand is so old. Again, I will be getting your Joe Rogan mic and a new microphone stand and a new interface at the end of the month, along with a PC.
Whole new computer, whole new desk. Okay,
No, I already bought the desk.
Whole new basement in a whole new house.
I already bought the desk, so now I just got
new Japanese second wife. New Japanese son. Sundo son.
Sundo son. Yeah.
Okay. If that ever happens, and I don't want it to happen, but if it did, you gotta name him Sundo son. Okay? That's what I need from you. How is this?
I'm gonna be real. As much as I don't want to, I'm at this point. I'm trading Kevin Durant and hitting the reset button.
You just want something to happen at the trade deadline.
You are correct, but also the way this team also the way this team is constructed. I'm hitting the button. Beal said no, so you're stuck with Beal. You're not trading Booker.
That's why you're not going to get anywhere in life.
And we're 500, right?
Okay? You don't have any conviction.
I'm just thinking logically here. Like, that should be the next poll. What happens, right? If nothing happens, what are the moves that we do to make this team better? Because that's going to be really hard to do.
Yeah, what if like all these hypothetical little piddly paddly deals that we're trying to do just aren't there and
we have to bring this team right back out. So
Earth Monster AZ says there has to be something for the Beal situation. There's something there, man. What it is he's staying and you're going to learn to love him.
Man, bro. And that's
okay.
It's just like,
that's what I'm saying.
My point is with what are you going with what Code said?
I was going with what IQ said. I was just going to say, he said remove Grayson Allen, Bol, everybody, and live in peace. That's what I'm saying. What if those aren't there? Like, what if there's nothing there for that?
Like, my thing is people are saying, well, if we lose KD, we're going to lose. It's like, we're a 500 team right now. We shouldn't be. Like, with the talent that we have, like, honestly, go down this roster with the talent that you have. I would argue that this team that we have is not a bad roster at all. And it should be just as good as any roster in the NBA, but they're not doing it. So do you want to go through another season of 500 and not making the playoffs and being mediocre?
Whoa. Let's deal with this season first.
I'm talking about this current season.
Oh, I thought you were talking about next season. You're assuming the same thing's going to happen next season.
No. But I'm going to say if the way this season ends and we still pull the same team out there, I don't see much of an improvement. I don't know, bro. So
Spray Mace, like, but what you're saying, I agree with. But how do we make it make sense? Because
what did Spray May say?
He says we don't have bad players, but the roster is trash. That's like saying, you know, it just doesn't. It's an oxymoron. It doesn't make sense. Those things cancel each other out. But I agree with you. So I think the crux of it is they're good players. It's a good roster. I wouldn't say roster because that's what it's not. It's not a good roster, but they're good players, right? They're good players, but they're not a good collection of players to put together. We don't have anyone that can put pressure on the rim that's not old. And Book does it for us. So we got one guy who can put pressure on the rim, but likes to shoot middies and threes. And a coach that wants him jacking.
I mean, I guess you could start there again with the coach if you really wanted to.
Well, I mean, I'm not even trying to blame him for that. I'm just saying that's what we got.
I know,
that's our system.
But
we don't have people that can get to the rim and score at the rim and draw fouls. We don't have that. Book, KD, but I'm you know what I mean? KD can do it, but it's like, do you really want him having to do it that much at his age? Risking injuries at the rim, risking collisions.
That's all I've been trying to say, dude.
Coach says Book doesn't put pressure on the rim. Do you agree with that? Don't you feel like he's been putting some pressure on the rim lately?
Yeah, but he hasn't lately, but he's still doing the midi
I feel like
thing.
his first step, his speed on his first step is back. And he's been getting blow-bys again. You know. So Kevin Durant might get traded. I mean, it doesn't mean that he might get traded, but people are still calling about Kevin Durant aggressively.
Yeah, I want to know what teams that they are.
Seriously. I think I know what the conversation is. Hey, what's going on with Kevin Durant? Yeah, no, he doesn't want to leave, and we're gonna keep him. Yeah, but I watched that game last night, and I think I'm gonna keep calling and pestering you about it because y'all suck, and you know it, and you know you weren't winning that game with Kevin Durant. You're not going anywhere. Just pull the plug. We'll get you taken care of. We're not going to try to hoe you like the Lakers did the Mavs. We'll give you something good. He's 35. You really want to be in this position next year? That's how I'm selling it if I'm another team. Ishbia, do the right thing for your team. Get better for the long haul. What are you reading?
Keep refreshing Twitter. Or X.
Mm.
Kevin Durant told Bob Myers a couple weeks ago he doesn't want to be traded.
Bob Myers? Why would he tell Bob Myers? Is that because he's working for ESPN or something?
Yes.
He's got a relationship with him?
We'll see. Let's just focus on this Nurk trade for now.
What Nurk trade?
Because I feel like that's the only thing that all of us across the board can agree with.
That's true.
Easily. Even in the chat, me and you, that dude's got to be gone.
This was Crispy Hayes.
Your boy the coldest tweeted 46 seconds ago. He just tweeted, "Damn." And then someone said, "You fraud, you don't know nothing."
Phoenix Suns' #1 target. That was their only target. They still were optimistic this entire time that at some point they can find a destination that Bradley Beal will approve. I was told that Bradley Beal wanted to be in a warm weather climate. They tried calling some of those warm.
Hey, bro, that's the other thing. The whole Bradley Beal won't accept a trade, that's not 100% true. Because why else would he have his people putting it out there? Stipulations. His stipulations. It needs to be a winning city or a warm city. Why would he say that if there's no wiggle room on his part?
Cool. Send him to LA, bro.
They don't want him.
I know. I'm just making stuff up. Send him to New Orleans.
It's warm down there. Can we have Zion, please? We've got some good buffets in Phoenix.
To Orlando. It's warm down there.
We've got enough food for Zion in the city of
And he's a family
Phoenix.
guy. If he's a family guy, he gets free tickets to Disney World. You know what I'm saying?
She can run her Beanie Baby company.
That's crazy.
It is crazy.
He did also play at Florida, didn't he?
Yeah.
See?
He would have loved to go to Miami.
See? Send him to Orlando with the Mickey Mouse Club.
The Mickey Mouse Club. They're a better team than we are, bro. You know? Brian's trying to church it up. Where all the magical stuff happens. Is that what we tell Brad? Brad, we're going to trade you somewhere where all the magical stuff happens.
Thanks, bro. Tell him, hey, man. Hey, real talk, I can't wait to get a new microphone and a new mic stand and a new interface. This is just over it. Over it. Or I might continue to use my pod mic. Don't know yet.
Your other mic? Your old mic?
Yeah, but I want the Rogan mic. You know what I'm saying? I want the Rogan mic, just like Gabe.
It is a good mic. It is a good mic. It's worth it. No, Brian, those were not me chair noises. Those are his mic noises.
Yeah, my mic stand.
Can you hear this?
Yeah, I can hear that. That's definitely your chair. Yeah, I can hear that. But then...
What if you were just tuning in now and all you hear is...
What it is, Mom? What's up?
Oh, my God. Final Roy Boss Maivia says, Gabe, Beal to Atlanta for Young? Young. Refresh me. What are we talking about here? I got to go check on my dogs. Talk to Roy Maivia.
Shams started up saying the Suns are... Kevin Durant's blindsided by the Suns' talks.
It was extremely sus, Diego. I don't know how you sleep at night knowing you used to send messages like that to Sundo.
Did he send you a message? That's weird and crazy. That's nuts.
He said, so since you, Gabe, he's like, since you've watched Attack on Titan now, I feel like I should send you this message that I sent to Sundo because you'll understand it now. Do you know which one I'm talking about?
No, I can't remember.
He said, I'd like to start the rumbling in your guts.
Oh, yeah. Freaking idiot.
I'm done with it.
Now you know the abuse I've been dealing with for the last year or so. All the offs, all the crazy, all the crazy sus messages were nuts, bro. I would like to see KD go to the Timberwolves if they're going to move him. Why the Timberwolves? Brian, yeah. Diego really was on some stuff, bro. That was 2 years ago. I'm a changed man now. Oh! Here we go. Breaking news. The Phoenix Suns are trading Yusuf Nurkic and a 2026 first-round pick to the Charlotte Hornets for Cody Martin. I can't even pronounce this name. Vasily Micic, and a second-round pick. Big news. Cody Martin coming to the Suns, and I can't even know how you pronounce that last name, Gabe, that you walked away from. Nurk gone. Let's go. The parade. I guess because they wanted the power forward. Let me Google the old team here. Where we at? Charlotte Hornets. Here we go. Pulling it up. I can't even pronounce that dude's name, but let's see here. He's a point guard, so we got him. And Cody Martin. And we got a second out of it for a first.
Limousine riding.
Christopher says still not helping.
Bosnian trading. Son of a gun.
I don't think that was because. I don't think it's because it was not helping. I think it's because now you plan on taking those guys and moving them as well.
Let's go.
There you go. I do like Cody Martin, but the other guys.
I'd kiss any girl in this room and make her
why
cry.
Why we trade
even
first?
Because
because they don't want Nurk. They're probably gonna buy him out. So they're giving us a second and those players, or we're sending them Nurk in a first. So they're probably gonna end up buying Nurk out. Nurk's probably gonna not be on the Hornets. So yeah, I will take that deal. I actually think and getting Martin is decent. I'll take Martin. Now, how do you pronounce the dude's last name? Is it Micic?
Yeah, you got it, Micic. He's not bad. He can score.
He's a little point guard. He's a little point guard ski. So I mean, that doesn't matter either. That just gives you a third point guard on the team.
I don't even care at this point. Buy him out if you want to. I don't care.
I don't think you buy him out. I think you just move him. I think you.
Dude, I like Cody Martin.
Yeah, Cody Martin's decent. 29 years old, a nice little wing. So he can shoot threes. So that's what freaking what's his face wants is a more 3-point shooter. So got 2 more years left on his contract, $8 million salary. So at the end of the day, you got some players back for a player that wasn't seeing the court, and you got a second. So right now, if we're keeping track of the draft picks, right? Did he say it was a 2026 draft pick?
I'm looking right now. 2026 first round pick. Oh, so we gave up our pick from this upcoming next season.
Yes.
Next season's first. So we still have ours for this year.
We still have ours that's my thing. So we gave up next season's first, but we got their second in return for next season. And we still get to keep the picks for this upcoming draft as well. So okay, so I mean, I don't think it's the worst trade in the world. You achieved getting rid of Nurk. Now you have 2 more players that you have control that you can move in another trade. So there could be some more moves incoming. So just keep your don't worry your little hearts, people. There could be more moves incoming.
Bro, it's done. It's done though. He's gone.
Yes.
Osama bin Nurkic is gone. Khalid Sheikh Nurkic is gone. Like, Saddam Nurkic is gone.
All right, so let's see if there's any other moves on the horizon. Louis says it's still in mid trade, but all we have left are mid trades at this point. So there'll probably be still some moves happening.
Think about this.
If you're not moving KD or anybody big, then you're just going to have nothing but mid trades. What are we expecting to happen?
Luis David, relax. It's a hell of a situation that the Suns just pulled off. They just went from paying him 17, 18 million a year to sit on the bench and never play into getting rid of that money. How much is Cody Martin making?
They're only 7 and 8 million are both of these salaries that you're bringing in. So you're bringing in less money.
Okay, I mean it's not
and
that much less.
And 2 players with control. One has a team option, and one has a fully guaranteed contract. So that's a decent contract to have.
We didn't get like any other trades in it, did we?
No, we just got that second round pick for 2026 in it.
Nurk is gone, bro. That's all that matters here.
So at least it gives you more flexibility amongst the wings and the point guards. So now you can move Amante if you want to, or you can move this Micic guy you just got. You can move O'Neal if you want to, or you can move Martin. You know what I mean? You can move Grey Goose if you really want to get that off of your books now and keep Martin, vice versa. You know what I mean? So I think it gives you some flexibility here. So again, another 6'5" player on this team, which means you can move a more expensive 6'5" player in Grayson Allen and let him go. You know what I mean? I'm not saying I want to.
Martin or Micic?
I'm not saying I want to, but it's just now you have more flexibility to move somebody if you really want to. Can Cody Martin play defense?
We got an hour and a half, blank name. Hour and a half. I mean, I'm just going to go out on a limb here and guess Cody Martin's not a good defender. Somebody can tell me if I'm wrong. Don't really remember him being much of a defender, but you know.
This move saves the Suns about $2.5 million this season and $19 million next season. Because Micic and Martin's contracts are non-guaranteed. So the Suns, this is a win for us for the future. So people who are upset, it doesn't help immediately, but it definitely helps next year having 19 million cap.
Bro, how weird is it that we ended up swapping Nurk for Richards in a roundabout way?
Could have just did this all together and been done with it. I think, you know what I think happened? Moving Mark Williams put pressure on them to take him back.
Absolutely. It reopened that.
It reopened it.
Yeah.
That's exactly what happened. So we got lucky. The fact that they traded Mark Williams to the Lakers, that definitely, they're like, well, we need another big. I guess we should go get Nurkic.
Because I don't think they would have moved Nick Richards to us for Okogie.
No.
Oh, baby. Oh, man. I was so excited, dude. I was in the other room when I heard you saying that. I'm like, no, is he going to say it? He's going to say Dirk. You got so excited when it popped up. Yeah, I agree, Trey.
Espo says with the sale of Nurk, now there will be a real deal happening. Okay, I'm ready to see it. Make it happen.
A real deal? What does that mean?
I don't know what that means, but hey, either way, we got an hour and a half. Look, we achieved one thing, and I literally just said, "Can we trade Nurk first, please?" Done. Moving on. Next deal. How long left? We got an hour and a half left.
We got rid of him. I'm so happy, dude.
Espo and PHNX Sports just went live.
I can't believe I was so scared that we were not going to be able to move him, that nobody, like, could you imagine going the rest of this season with him riding the bench as the fourth center?
Yeah, it had to happen.
We did it.
And it had to happen.
Congrats, everybody. Nurkic is gone. I wonder, I'm going to look up let's take, you know what? Let's definitely do this, okay? Let's take a look at Cody Martin's stats and some highlights of what he has looked like lately. What do you say?
Go for it. Pull him up.
Phoenix Suns great Cody Martin. He's 6'6". That's not small. That's not Tyus small. For whatever reason, bro, not gonna lie, I felt like he was a smaller player than 6'6".
And they just updated on Spotrac. They work quick.
Well,
Cody Martin.
This is their day.
Has Cody Martin on the Suns. They work quick.
Okay, this season.
Hold on. Dang, they already updated the whole roster, bro.
Really?
Yeah, Nurkic's not on here anymore. They did it quick. So yeah, so the salary's looking way different. Yeah, you got Durant with 50, Bradley Beal with 50, Devin Booker with 49, Grayson with 15, Royce with 9, Cody Martin with 8, Micic with 7, Nick Richards with 5, Ryan Dunn, Plumlee, and there's the rest of your minimums right there.
So he's only shooting 32% from 3 this season. Which is slightly above average for him. Bro's averaging 7.8 points per game. Let's see, has he had any breakout games? He's had games of 10 points, 11, 14, 10, 14, 12, 15 in an OT game, 11 versus Boston, 25 versus Toronto. He got hot from 3, 4 for 6. I say we watch some highlights. What do you say?
I'm looking at your boy Micic.
Yeah? All right.
He's played the last 9 games, averaging 24 minutes, 9 points, 4 assists.
10-30.
Shooting 42% from 3-point range the last 10 games.
Okay.
Go ahead and call us the Phoenix Hornets.
That's how we'll get better. We'll get all their players. 10-30. All right, so here is the buckets from Cody Martin's best game this season. I might need to shape it a little differently here, though. Give me a second. Go on, you were saying?
Nothing, just looking at the chat and see what everybody's saying, and as you can imagine, a lot of opinions.
Yeah. People saying it doesn't matter. We're not better. Which, this isn't the end move, guys. This is one of several, I would hope. Did Espo give any inkling as to what he thinks the next move is going to be, or who? Or he's just saying now we're going to get several moves? Can't hear you. You muted?
No, I'm saying that I think he's just implying that was the first move we needed to make. It clears up space. It gives you players that are easy. That's easy to trade.
Easier to move.
You can, and you got draft capital. So another deal is easier to make now.
All right, you want to watch some Cody Martin hoops?
Boucher.
Here's his best game, folks.
I'm watching, but I'm gotta watch it.
To come over. Boucher thought he was all alone on that catch. Tickles the twine. Happens to be a handsome man. Something about that number. Cody Martin, elbow extended. And oh man, the man with the golden arm right now.
I'm just trying to think where he's going to play off the bench. Deep 3 here. There's some rim pressure for Code.
Difficult shot by Cody. Power dribble and then through his shoulder right to Moose. Cody Martin's had a good shooting stroke today. And he keeps on keeping on. 3 ball.
Stop it, Ruben.
16 points, 13 rebounds from Pirtle.
Oh, that's a nice left.
He's dribbling it off of Pirtle's
That's a
foot and
nice
still
left.
scored. Barrett hounded by Diabate.
Hey, bro's not bad. We've said this.
Breaked away by Grant Williams. Good hands. And Grant pulls it back out. Oh,
Take it. He hits a corner 3 over here. Can't see it.
wow. Oh my goodness. Chicken salad.
Second play tonight.
Oh, now everybody wants to go live.
Why does number 23 wear, what's his name? Hey, we're reuniting Richards and Martin.
Leaves it for Mann.
This dude,
Fair
number
enough.
23, man, with the 1994 shorts.
1994 shorts with the headband and the wristband, bro.
Looking like Master P, bro.
Looking like freaking Darius. What's that guy dude's name? Darius Miles.
Cody, it's been your night.
Wow. So, yeah, that's one game of his. If you guys haven't seen him play ever. But
All right, so one move is fallen. We got about an hour and 20 minutes.
bang.
That's crazy. The only player left remaining from the Ayton trade is Grayson Allen. And if he is traded today, that would be, I'm not going to say historical, but that
So,
does mean something.
Code, were you saying that Cody Martin's a dog? You like Cody Martin? Because
Yeah, he said that Cody Martin is fine, and he said Micic will surprise a lot of people.
you know, whenever we played them a couple of times, I feel like Micic was just jacking up shots like he had this crazy green light that he shouldn't have. But obviously that's just against us. All right, so this vote is in 30 minutes. It's been up. 53% say yes. Move KD against his
52%
wishes.
though is
Ow, like that shoot around you.
Is
okay. So
what?
your girl Ramona Shelbourne has
Okay.
this to say.
Okay.
The word I would use, I mean, he said glum, I'll use toxic. Wow. like that shoot around yesterday I heard was very awkward, very weird in Oklahoma City because everybody was on pins and needles wondering what they were going to do. And I think now you have this reset where how do you move forward as a team when there was a clear mandate here, like they have to do something. And if they're not able to get anything done, which is, as we say, you talked about it in the open, there's aprons, there's all this stuff. I mean, it's really hard to do something. And the thing they were trying to do did not come to fruition because Kevin Durant said no. It's hard to move forward, and that's where they're left. And I think
That's what I'm saying.
They had this sort of fool's gold run about 3 weeks ago. They won 8 out of 10. Things looked okay. And then they realized afterwards they were just kind of beating bad teams. And then they started losing again. And I think the conversations between Phoenix and the Warriors, those started 10 days ago. Yeah. 10 days ago. And that's when, they were essentially, if we can't move Bradley Beal, we have to think about Kevin Durant. Now, do they want to move Kevin Durant? Probably not. I mean, they love Kevin Durant. Yeah. They gave up so much to get him. But if he's the only person who is worth something right now that you can get a great return for, you have to think about it. So for the last 10 days, these conversations with the Warriors and other teams, by the way, have been happening. And Kevin Durant finds out about this over the weekend.
There you go. So he was blindsided because he found out about it.
Well, yeah. They
All right,
brought
so
it to him.
apparently there's another trade. Atlanta Hawks are trading for DeAndre Hunter to the Cleveland Cavaliers for Chris LeVert, Georges Niang, 3 second-round picks, and 2
Karis
swaps.
LeVert, my boy.
Sorry, Chris LeVert, Karis LeVert, whatever.
Needle mover? Not really. I mean,
Decent trade for an already good Cavs team.
I agree.
I mean, Niang, bro. You know what I mean? Like Niang's not moving the needle. Like, yeah, they definitely,
just a
they
shooter.
definitely just killed that one. That's a good trade by the Cavs.
I guess I'm just happy things are starting to happen here. You know? So what's your next move to look out for?
I'd say look for a Grey Goose. Grey Goose trade. Maybe I'm just looking at the roster and I'm just looking. I think Grey Goose is one that brings value. Obviously, you got to look for the Durant rumors now. Now that's out there. And we discussed it. Tyus Jones, man. I'm just looking at the roster right now. Especially, like, why would you get Micic? That gives you.
You cut out what?
You know what I mean? Because now you have.
No,
now
you
Tyus
froze.
Jones.
You froze. You said that gives you what? You keep cutting out. Okay, go ahead. Try it again. Let's see if this works.
It gives you 3 point guards you're not using. Is that better? Thank you.
Go back and watch it back. You'll be like, oh, I was tripping because, yeah, I was cutting all the way out.
Look at this stupid noise gate.
Wow.
Stupid noise gate.
Alien Aztec says Grayson for expiring deals. Yeah, I saw. I mean, as he was playing that, that's basically what you put in there, right? Phoenix Suns locker room is toxic right now. I wonder why.
That shoot around was toxic. Well, I mean, players aren't happy. Ownership's doing things like trying to bench Bradley Beal and get rid of him. I mean, that creates a little bit of a toxicity.
And then trying to get rid of like, who'd have known that you bring in these superstars and they don't like it when you try to get rid of them? You know? Code says it really doesn't matter what this team does. It can't be fixed. I don't know if I agree with that all the way, Code. Honestly, like, you have to try. Are you just going to not try, Code? Is that what you're going to do? You're just going to not try? You got to try. Obviously, this year, I agree. We're not winning a title this year unless all of a sudden they start playing defense and rebounding and not being weak and small, which is a whole lot of tings to change. I'm going to be on edge for the next hour and 15 minutes, bro. Are they really going to move Kevin Durant? Because the situation has gotten bad.
I think you almost, I don't know, bro. I'm not going to say any definitive answers. I'm just here to watch at this point because I'm not saying you have to trade Kevin Durant, but if things are toxic, then you know what I mean?
Where do you think the toxicity is coming from?
No comment.
Comment.
No comment.
Why no comment?
I think it comes from, it's a mixture of things. I think it comes from the newness of a new front office and a new owner being extremely ambitious and not having a lot of foresight in some of the moves that you make. And then you get a player like you already admitted about KD, who, what's the word you used earlier? Cantankerous. Who is as cantankerous as they can be, you know? So I think it's just a mixture of a lot of things.
Like he's asked out several times, but I don't know if he's ever been.
I mean, he asked out here, but he also said
no,
the same thing
of
about
other
every
places.
situation.
I mean, other, yeah.
But he said the same thing about every other situation he's been in. I don't want to be moved. You know what I mean? So you always have that history too. So that cloud's gonna be lingering over you. And again, I'm not saying that Katie's asking out or whatever. I'm just saying you have that cloud lingering over you. So it just is what it is. I think it's just a bad mixture of a lot of bad things happening at once.
I mean, is this not just like more pressure to try to put on the Suns from the media to get them to blow it up because they want Kevin Durant to go to the Lakers?
Could be that too, or something.
Mavs,
could be something like that too. Could be a lot of things. Again, I'm just here to watch and see what exactly happens. But that report of Ramona Shelburne saying like the locker room is toxic and that shoot arounds are awkward and blah blah blah, like that's not good. The Hornets are receiving the least favorable first to Phoenix.
Okay.
This is just details of that trade. The Suns are receiving the 2026 least favorable. Golden State or Denver second. Phoenix is allowed to trade the 2026 first because they acquired the 2025 and 2027 first. So that's why we were able to trade that first, because we acquired those picks from the Jazz. So there you go. Just wanted to give you all the details on why that was able to happen. Why we were able to trade our first. The Pelicans are expected to keep Zion Williamson and CJ McCollum. So that's out there as well.
As far as the toxic locker room for Phoenix goes,
hey, sports geek, don't say that out loud to a lot of people. They won't accept it.
Obviously, Beal's situation has played into the toxicity. I'm sure that's a part of the toxic sludge in the locker room. But as far as who is personally being the toxic people, who do you think the toxic people in the locker room are?
In the locker room?
Mm-hmm. Players. Which players?
Well, I think one of them just got sent to Charlotte. So there's one. Can I be honest? I just feel like Booker is too lax to be a toxic person, but I could be wrong about that. That's just me. I feel like he's kind of just free and easy, you know what I mean? Like that sort of spirit, like nothing's going to bother me. I just come in here and shoot a bunch of shots and do my job, right? You know what I mean? Like I just feel like that's it.
Obviously, Nurkic was a toxic
but Nurkic was
person
definitely
in there,
one.
and he's gone now.
I mean, could it be Beal? Possibly, but I'm not sure.
Is it Grayson? No. He's just doing his Ted Cruz thing. Is it Royce?
No.
I can't imagine it's Royce.
Again, no comment. Okay.
Why don't you want to speculate on who it is that's being toxic?
No comment.
Who are you afraid of?
I'm not afraid of anybody. Just no comment. I just don't feel like dealing with people, so no comment. We'll wait until 3 p.m. Eastern before we and see what happens.
Well, Mork Soul.
Has it been confirmed? Ramona Shelburne.
That's just what's out. That's just
what's out. She literally talked about it on the ESPN show. It's out there now.
No, Lester, don't ask to be freed from Bud. Sundo and his minions will come after you.
Got that right.
Okay.
Got that right, sir. Don't you dare. I
have that clip. I could load it as a drop.
Can we get Sunday Yabusele? Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, what the hell, man? That's somebody I was thinking about all night over here while I was
Let's go ahead and get Yabusele. Now that Nurk's gone, now let's get rid of Plumlee.
Let me ask him about Yabo.
Your source?
Yeah, let me ask my Sixers source about Yabo. By the way, I'm loving you in Severance. You're killing it.
Severance?
Right.
Oh, shut up.
My favorite character in Severance is a Sundo clone. He's also in Fallout. Hell of an actor. You are. Lester says, Gabe, did you see the interview Bud did? Yeah. Bud looked like he was about to get his ass fired for negligence during that press conference. Did he not look rough, bro?
He been looking rough all season. What do you mean?
But that's the roughest. Like, his face was like, his eyes were like bloodshot. He looked like he was waiting for an assassin to take him out. Like, where's the bullet coming from? Like, he looked bad in that interview. James Johnson says, is Cody Martin a nice wing? I'll put it this way. All I wanted for Nurk, considering we were going to give up a first to get rid of Nurk, all I wanted was a usable wing player, and I believe that he's a usable wing player. And what I mean by that is like someone who could actually see the floor, because Bud only plays like 8 people, so to be usable is actually.
Evan Sittery just says, this is just an update, not a trade. The entire league is watching the Suns right now. Phoenix is continuing to make calls for win now moves while also receiving aggressive trade pitches for Kevin Durant. 1 hour until the trade deadline passes. What does that even mean?
Tell me why Burner's talking in Discord but not in the chat. You need to go into the chat and tell your man to get in here.
Talking in the Discord?
Mm-hmm.
I haven't seen Burner talk in the Discord at all. It's Ruben and...
Well, it says he's typing right now, and then he just stopped typing. He heard us. Nope, he just sent in some memes. Just sent in some memes.
I love Burner, bro.
Way less sus than Diego, if you can believe it. Soul Collector says, retool time, baby.
Yeah, if that's possible.
See.
Well, we got rid of Nurk. That was step 1.
Paolo says, people sleeping on Micic. He was the 2021 EuroLeague MVP. I mean, we'll see. The thing is, we've had so much disappointment from all of our acquisitions lately. It's hard to take any of them at face value for what they should be. Bradley Beal used to be a 30-point per game scorer in this league, and look at us now. You know, it just doesn't hit the same anymore. Lester says, Kessler next. Oh, my gosh. Please to us. Christopher says, I'm praying KD to the Mavs. Well, who do you want to get back in return? Christopher M. You know? Shadow Man says, fire Bud already. I mean, Bud's definitely getting this whole year. If Frankie Vogel got a whole year, Bud's getting a whole year. You know? How many messages we got in there?
You know who Tiffany Stratton is, Gabe?
No.
She's a current wrestler. I need you to do a quick Google and tell me what you think.
Searching.
and you don't want to watch wrestling right now because her wrestling stinks. Meanwhile, that's your WWE Women's Champion right now.
We go ahead and delete that evidence.
First of all, Diego, relax, bro. Tiffany Stratton actually is gorgeous without the makeup. So, like, let's relax on that. Also, she was like a freaking NCAA national champion in gymnastics or something like that. Something crazy. Like, WWE is getting it right with these NXT. They're like finding all these college D1 athletes and saying, "Do you want to come be a wrestler?" And it's working out in NXT. Like freaking Obufemi, freaking Lash Legend, Jakara Jackson, all like Jada Parker. Just good Lord.
You know, one reason I really don't want to trade KD to the Mavs is because I don't want to let them off the hook for the bad deal that they made for Luka. I want them to be punished for some time by having to go out there and do it without Luka. I don't want to just gift them a goat.
Per Gambo. I don't like this.
Shit.
The Suns' trade of Yusuf Nurkic is likely the only trade they will make today. Both Martin and Mičić are option guys, so can help the Suns save next year. Focus will be on improving the roster over the summer. We'll continue to watch, but I don't like that. Don't like that at all. And I trust Gambo because he's been right about a lot of things.
You know what that sounds like to me? That sounds like a indirect shutdown of moving Durant.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he's not saying that they're not going to move Durant, but he's saying they're not looking to do any other deals.
Mm.
So my question is, what if a deal comes in that's too good to pass up? Like, do you pass it up because you want to try to play this to make Durant happy? We're really coming away with Cody Martin and Mičić in exchange for
we got rid of Nurk.
Upsetting everyone on our team.
We got rid of Nurk, and we still have 2 first-round picks in the offseason in the summer. So there we go. Roy, I already checked Discord. I've seen that already.
How do you think Suns fans are going to react? Because my guess is not well. Not well.
They're not reacting well now.
We went to the pawn shop and said, I want Jimmy Butler. And they said, best we can do is Cody Martin in a toxic locker room. You're going to have to take it.
Yeah, the best we got is Cody Martin in a toxic locker. Oh, man.
I'm torn, man, because it's like I'm not that upset because we got rid of Nurk and we got a couple of could-be usable pieces. and the money's like we fixed our money situation for next year quite a bit. Going to be off like 19 million. So we only have to have them for this 1 year, right? Both of them are expiring. Martin and Micic expire at the end of this year.
Yeah. Well, they're non-guaranteed, which means you can get off of those contracts if you want to. But hey, we got rid of Nurk, so we're happy. Sounds like Brian. It sounds like we're not punting, but it sounds like they're just saying, "Hey, this team is fine as constructed. We're going to move forward, and then we'll worry about it during the summer and the off season." After reports that the locker room is toxic. No bueno. You can't have two of those things come out within an hour or within 30 minutes of each other. That's just not good. And that report coming out, someone had to leak that.
About the toxicity?
Yeah, because Ramona Shelburne wasn't at that shoot around. So someone had to let that be known.
Whatever happened to the Suns are going to get a power forward?
Oh, well, that's what they said. And
we putting Cody Martin at the PF?
Yep, playing him at the forward.
Are we cooked?
I be. We got an hour.
This is crazy, bro. Just think back to like when the Butler stuff started. Me too, Raymond. I'm right there with you. I was a Tyus fan until recently. Recently, even I have to admit, it just really doesn't
Gambo just said already.
Really doesn't fit.
Gambo just tweeted again, hearing that'll be the only trade for the Suns today.
Somebody just posted in our Discord, Gambo, saying Suns won't trade Kevin Durant unless they can get a combination of assets and younger players back. I would expect that could get revisited over the summer. That sounds like they're still entertaining it for the next hour.
Yeah, but he also just 30 seconds ago after he said that. So then he said, hearing that'll be the only trade. That was 2 minutes ago, what you just said, and then 58 seconds ago, literally, hearing that'll be the only trade for the Suns today, per Gambo. So, but we can sit here and wait and see what happens till 3. Maybe there's something crazy might happen, but sounds like the Nurkic deal was the only deal that's going to happen, which, by the way, love it.
Well, it had to happen. That one we had to get. If we didn't get that one, we would be in meltdown mode right now. We would be acting like the Suns act in the third quarter. You think 36 is still unbothered? Did you see that picture of them laughing on the sideline last night when in the end of the fourth quarter? It's like Royce, KD, and someone else just cracking up on the sideline.
Good old boys club.
It's one of those, what was so funny as we're down, whatever, sort of situations. I think they're unbothered, bro.
In a bad way.
Yes. In a way that, like, they should be. See, I understand the way of thinking, like, oh, they only care about money. They got paid, so they don't care. But, dude, guys want to win. Dudes with egos, which all elite athletes have some ego. It helps propel them to where they get, and then it swells and grows the more they get their asses kissed their entire life and fast-tracked through life in the easy lane in first class their whole life. Their ego just continues to grow. When you have an ego like that, you want to win. They want to win. I just can't imagine that they're just like, yeah, let's just go out here and hoop and have fun. Who cares if we win, baby? Who cares if we have a 500 record? It'll be funny. They're not like that, man. They want to win. Man. All right, so check back in with you now, Sundo.
What's that? Who's your owner of the Bears?
Still should be Virginia McCaskey.
Well, she passed away.
Wow.
Happened about an hour ago.
Wow.
Virginia Hollis McCaskey passed away. So there you go, Gabe. That's news for you.
Wow. So yeah, if we're gonna look at trading KD in the offseason, why not just do it now? If a package good enough shows up now, I think they're considering it, bro. I think they're gonna consider it all the way down to the wire. Yeah, Matthew, real funeral vibes. I'd say it would be funeral vibes if we didn't get rid of Nurk.
I don't think it's funeral vibe. Yeah, I think it's just like, oh, we're done. We have an hour left. Cool. So now we're just sitting here waiting for no reason. But we don't want to stop streaming, and in case.
No, I mean we don't want the Suns to not make a move either.
Yeah, but now it's just like, okay, cool. They're done. So now it's just wait and see mode.
I'll tell you, when the stream ends, I'm gonna have the best nap, bro.
I'm sure you will.
I'm just gonna be out until whenever Severance comes out. You need to watch Severance, bro. One episode. Just watch one ep. Might be the hottest thing on TV. Now, it's not made for little Japanese kids, but it is the hottest thing on TV. Eddie says, boycott the Suns. How dare you, J Energy? How dare you?
Boycott the Suns! Boycott the Scope!
Blank Name says, how Sundo not watch Severance when he's the star of it? That's my question.
That's the point. I ain't gotta watch it. I was there.
That's my question. We're getting lit on Twitter, baby. People are excited about Nurk being gone. The vibe inside the locker room is toxic right now amid trade speculation. Why they even have to put that shit out, bro? All for clicks. If there's one thing you and me wouldn't do, it's something for clicks. Okay? Right? Right, Dad?
Oh, so well, no, but this is not a trade again. Suns trading their unprotected first-round pick from 30-31 is an unmitigated disaster. After speaking with multiple executives from rival teams, the clear consensus is Phoenix will now be forced to trade Kevin Durant off season. Why the off season?
We can't do a half a season of
a mitigated disaster.
of a lame
and that's
duck.
also true. And that's also true. That is a mitigated.
Tell me why it's true, because I don't agree yet.
What? Trading your unprotected 31st to get those picks so you can get Jimmy Butler? Other than having more draft capital in the upcoming years to continue to build, sure. I do agree with that. But at the end of the day, like in 30-31, if you're absolutely garbage, you trade your unprotected pick. That pick, man, it'd be cool in 2031 whenever Book is 35 and not good anymore.
I've been looking at it differently.
How are you looking?
You
tell me.
You had one pick in 31. You
got it. I agree.
You turned it into 3.
I don't disagree.
You used 1 to get rid of Nurk and save you $19 million, and you still got 2 left.
Fair enough.
That's a win to me.
That is a positive. But when you're looking at who's on your team and the contracts,
my Sixers source just got back to me about Sundo Yabusele.
Well, I mean, he can go ahead and get back to you, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen.
Okay. He says, no. The Sixers' moves were so that they could pay him the full MLE. No Sundo Yabusele.
All good. We got Sundo Micic.
No, he ain't no Sundo Micic.
I know.
He's a Romp Micic, okay?
No, he's a Tory Micic.
He's a Tory Micic. Exactly. All right, let's update Shams here. See if Shams has anything else. Shams really let me down today, man. I was expecting all kinds of moves. Like, there's not even... I mean, I guess there's time for a bunch of moves to come flurrying in. Can we get to the flurries, please? Speaking of flurries, how about a McFlurry right now with Oreos and M&M's?
Damn, bro. Is there some, the thing about that is, like, McDonald's ice cream is actually underrated.
Fantastic ice cream.
And the machine never works.
Yeah. It's a money laundering scheme, I'm sure of it.
Absolutely.
They get people there with the promise of bomb ice cream, and then they never have it. I guess you'll have to buy our fake horse meat. Horse meat! You know? Rio, great question. Who can we get on the buyout market? I don't know because buyouts haven't really started
Reggie
yet.
Jackson's being reported as one, probably.
2 years too late.
We also need a point guard, so we just traded for another one.
Is Micic a point?
Micic is a point.
He ain't no point. He's a scorer.
Micic is a point. That's what they're That's what he's listed as.
How tall is he?
It's a good question. I didn't look that up. 6'3", I think.
Yeah, Jonesy, absolutely. We're all excited. The witch is dead, Vision, it's true. Doesn't matter what kind of point. Hey, maybe he's the type of point guard that's going to sit in the, Micic will sit in the corner and knock it down. You said he's shooting over 40%.
Last 10 games, yes.
Last 10 games? What about for the season?
36, 37, something like that.
Well, Kiwi, let's not put Micic on the same level as Luka. All right. Just because they're both EuroLeague MVPs. Bogdan Bogdanovic was a EuroLeague MVP, too. We're working, Code. We're working. Now, is Sundo's green screen, microphone, or computer working? No, but he is.
Because of the lighting. I moved to the left and the lighting just goes crazy.
We're squeaking along, baby. Yeah, Bogdan cooks us who don't. Roy says, I want Doug. You talking about Dougie Emhoff? We all wanted Dougie Emhoff to be the first husband. Roy says, so what about Bull? Well, we're not going to use him. We're not going to be able to trade him because we've done nothing to sell his value. We've made him look like a Make-A-Wish kid. So no one wants to even attempt to try to trade for him. Why would they? Bud's basically shouting to the league, he's not better than Plumlee. Not even close. I wouldn't even dare give him minutes over Plumlee. And people are like, ew, I ain't giving up nothing for that. Remember when we re-signed Bull? What was that about? I don't understand why they didn't let him walk if this is what they're going to do to him.
Warriors are the only realistic landing spot for Vucevic.
God, they're still working on Vooch. Well, will you have some sort of closure after all this and feel like you're happy that it's all over with and you can just go back to focusing on what we have, or is that not really?
Dang, Suns Twitter is upset at James Jones.
Oh, really?
After the news that Gambo said after trading for Nurk and not moving, everybody's like they're putting on the season, fire James Jones. James Jones isn't doing anything, and if it's not James Jones, if it's Ishbia, then Ishbia is blah blah blah. Yeah, Brandon Cleans replied to Gambo saying, whenever he said Suns trade Nurkic, blah, 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 he says, you get caught panicking that KD might leave, and now this is the pitch to get him to stay, question mark. Man, not only is the Suns team toxic, Suns fans down bad.
Bro, if I was a player, I would just stay off of Twitter this whole couple of days. I wouldn't even be looking at Twitter.
Here we go, Shams. 45 minutes ago, the Los Angeles Clippers are trading Terrence Mann and Bones Highland to the Atlanta Hawks for Bogdan Bogdanovic and 3 second-round picks. Another breaking news, and this is not basketball related. This is NFL related. Russell Wilson will not be returning to the Pittsburgh Steelers, and they are going to give Justin Fields a chance. Gerald Bourget says, can't confirm Gambo's report that the Suns are done for today's deadline.
Who said that?
Bourget.
The Suns are done, huh? I'll believe it when I see it. Have we ever, as a fan base, been this down bad? Is this worse
I don't feel down bad. I
than
just feel
losing a
like
finals?
I don't feel down bad. I just feel like, okay, cool. Like, that's done. Now we got to move on. We got rid of Nurk, which is one of the things I wanted to get done. So there's that. So good job there. And as you mentioned, you probably, if you didn't make that trade, you'd be stuck with Nurk. But that just goes to show how bad things have been that you had to trade an unprotected first just to get rid of Nurk. But you also still have those picks for this upcoming draft. So there's always that positive. But then now you got KD mad apparently, or somebody's mad and it's toxic now. So that's a bad deal, right? So basically the Suns aren't going to be good this season. There's no moves they're going to make. They're kind of punting on the plan.
And they'll keep coming out. They'll keep looking good through 2 quarters. And then the third quarter, they'll forget to come out from halftime. And the other team will have been playing 5v0 shadow basketball in the shadow realm, running up the score 20-2 like OKC did last night. So we're down the baddest is what you're saying.
I'm going to say this, but I wonder if there's a potential coach firing in the middle of the season.
For who?
I don't know, but I wonder if there is, where they're just like, okay, this isn't working out. We need to move on.
You talking about us?
Yes.
You talking about Fire and Bud?
Yeah, I'm saying I'm wondering if that's on the table for the team.
You talking about championship, Bud?
Shut up. I'm just asking you, do you think that's on the table? Do you think that's discussed?
I have this feeling that they're not going to go that route. They feel like the fans that are saying it's not his fault, it's the third coach in a row. I think that's what they think. So here's the Suns' updated roster so far. Guards: Book, Beal, Grayson, Tyus, Morris, Micic, and Lee. Forwards: Durant, O'Neal, Dunn, and Martin. Biggs: Richards, Plumlee, Oso, and Bowl. How does that move you?
Crazy. It don't move me at all.
No?
Jesus has just released Dealey at this point. Facts.
Seriously, man. Release him and use his roster spot to bring somebody in on a flyer, you know? Ian says, hashtag uninspiring.
Hey, look at that. Anytime I move, it makes the green screen fail completely. It's nuts. And it's only when we're in here, when we're in so maybe it's a Streamlabs thing. Because when we're in playback, it doesn't do this.
That's true. You look great, though. So don't you worry about it. All right? I wish Gambo didn't tell us we were done, to be honest.
Nurkic tweeted B emoji, purple circle, whatever that means.
What?
Has he blocked you? Because I'm about to say something to get him to block me.
Wow. You're really about to purposely get yourself blocked, huh? I am not blocked. Let's see. Okay, so what does that mean? Like buzz?
Well, the purple circle. I know he's referencing the Hornets, but what's the purple circle for?
Yeah. Somebody said, I hope you finally have a chance to play the KD role you wanted. Somebody said, terrorist of my team. Someone said, bye, bitch. You some ass. Have fun playing for the Poverty Hornets. See, that's the type of shit that where when karma comes back to bite us, we deserve it.
Facts.
You know? Somebody said, Wemby about to give you the belt tomorrow.
That's diabolical, bro.
That
is diabolical.
You see what I'm saying? If I was a player, I just would stay off of X right
now.
Somebody just said, shut the F up, BAN. All right? But spelled it out. The greatest 3-word insult you can give someone. So, what are the odds that the Suns get better through this and they start playing better? Because there's no trade looming.
Because they traded somebody who hasn't been playing, has been riding the bench the past month. Not very good.
Final boss, Roy Maivia says, Nurk, hey, goodbye. Just do one more deal. Just bring Goga Batadze in here. Bring in Bobby Squidward Portis.
AZ Sports Zone says the Suns locker room reportedly has toxic vibes. They failed to trade Kevin Durant behind his back. They're stuck with Bradley Beal until his contract expires. And Mason Plumlee, this will go down as the biggest failure of a season in franchise history. It's a picture of Homelander in the theater going. Oh man.
I mean, they really got caught banging the maid and banging the babysitter in trying to trade two of their players. Both their players found out and got pissed about it. And now now we have to buy them a fucking diamond ring to make things okay. Got to get them some diamond earrings. See here. End poll. Eli says can't even afford John Collins. No. So what do you think if we stand pat, which it looks like we're going to, what kind of season do you think's in store for us? Honestly.
I mean, after the All-Star break, just a bunch of mediocrity. Again, a lot of good first half performances and a lot of good second half bump debacles, you know. I think we'll be in the play-in. I think we'll hype ourselves into the play-in, and then we're gonna be the ones standing on top of the announcers table with our shirts off when we win.
So you think we're a play-in team?
If that, but yes.
I hate to say it, man, but I likely see us fighting for the play-in, hating ourselves for fighting for the play-in, hating ourselves for having no choice because even if we were to tank, we wouldn't get our own pick.
Mona says I'm coping. I'm being sarcastic about the play-in. Like,
no, I could
that's
see
not
us fighting for a play-in.
That's not cope. Like, I'm saying it's just as pathetic playing for the play-in as not being in the play-in.
For the fighting for our lives. I'm fighting for my life.
Man.
For the opportunity to get our backs blown out by OKC in the first round. You know?
Oh my gosh, it's so bad.
So SGA can average 50 in a series. Like, it is funny if you're not a fan of this team. Like, if you're a fan of, like, I don't know, fucking Indiana Pacers or something, like, you gotta be laughing at this situation, bro.
Oh, bro, everybody's laughing at this situation, bro. It's bad. But again, this is it's a perfect storm of a bunch of bad decisions. One, you get a new owner that wants to make an impact, so you trade for Kevin Durant. Not a bad decision. That's a fine decision, but you compounded the issue by the Monty firing and the Beal deal, and then that's where it all went downhill. You could have, again, like we said, if you go back in time, you can accept the Durant deal, and you can still manage to survive that by making certain moves. But the Beal deal and the firing of Monty, I feel, was just like the big ones. The big ones. You know, and you got to give Torrey Jones credit. He's probably lurking around the corner somewhere. He even said it. I remember him specifically saying, I don't think you guys realize, like, getting a new coach like Vogel's not going to change anything. You don't need to fire Monty. He literally told us that.
Yeah, they just they got rid of everyone at the same time. You know?
Man,
they got rid of the whole crew and started fresh, and it ain't the same. The pieces are not the same. It's a completely different team, except for you got Kevin Durant and Booker, who are unbothered. Okay, completely unbothered.
But it's pretty bad when Sun's jam session is clowning them. You know what I mean?
They're fed up.
I feel like I'm glad because we were the first ones to kind of do it.
To do what?
To be fed up.
I don't know. I'd have to go back and look and see if that is accurate.
Bro, I've been on here for a while, like seen some live streams, and everybody's been trying to be as positive as possible. Me and you were the first ones to go neutral immediately.
I got a video idea. You ready for this?
What is it?
Vasily Micic changes everything for the Suns. You like that? Try to straight face lie through that shit.
Somebody will do it. Somebody will do it.
I'll do a video on Micic.
Somebody will do it.
But it won't be titled that. No, I know who will. I know who will do it. But I'll do a Micic video. I'll break down his game. I'm sure you'd do that with me.
My cousin will do it.
And Cody Martin. Brian AZ says Cody Martin is the missing piece.
Man, there we go, bro. That's a great title. Cody Martin, the missing piece of the Phoenix Suns.
It's always been Cody Martin they've been missing. Oh, Herbie Herbs. Michik, the next Luka. God, imagine. This will be a freeing season, though, bro. I mean, think about it. No expectations. No expectations going forward.
Yeah, but no expectations in a sad way. But it's in a sad way because there's no expectations, and you still have an all-star in the All-Star game and Kevin Durant. And you still have Devin Booker, and you still have $150 in salary being spent on 3 players.
It's like
that's not the same.
You know what we are? We're the Biden administration after Trump won the election. We're just a lame duck, just waiting to be walked into the old folks' home.
In denial that we didn't lose. It's everybody else's fault but ours.
Come on, baby. We got 22 minutes, 21 minutes. We can do this, guys.
Right here at the freaking convention taking polls, talking about how many think that we didn't make the playoffs because of racism and misogyny.
I'm going to tell Kamala on you.
Go ahead. The Atlanta Hawks are trading Cody Zeller and Houston's 2028 second-round pick to the Rockets.
What was that? Give me that again.
Atlanta Hawks are trading Cody Zeller and Houston's 2028 second-round pick to Houston. For what?
Probably cash. Can't imagine getting anything for Zeller at this stage.
Here we go. What people are saying about the Phoenix. They are excellent at talent acquisition. They are not good at team building.
They are excellent at talent acquisition. They are not good.
Thanks, Wendy.
What's happened here?
Hold on, my dogs are going wild. They can't believe trade deadline's not over.
How's everybody feeling? I'm over here just refreshing, waiting to see, bro. I mean, AZ, that's really kind of one of my things. Like, Plumlee's still on this team, so we could be happy about the moves we made, but bro's still gonna be pulling major minutes this season. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, Sundo. Gotta try it. Let me finish the other bajillion games that I haven't beat yet. Bonus says, finally, Book had some respect after Olympics, and now we are in the same spot as always. Everyone got better but us. I mean, yeah, everyone did get better but us, but we couldn't make any moves to get better. I mean, we strapped ourselves, and then we tried to trade Kevin Durant, and apparently that didn't work out. Beal didn't want to leave, so we couldn't move Beal. So, it's not a good time to be a Suns fan and or working for the Phoenix Suns. This was a bit of a failure. But it's just no one wants KD. I think no one wants KD at the price that the Suns are asking for. Dennis Schroeder to the Pistons. There you go. So Dennis Schroeder is going to the Pistons as part of the Butler trade.
So I was just thinking about it. Like, with Bradley Beal, I get it. You're trying to trade him behind his back. You know, you're trying to come up with something, and then you come to him with something concrete, and you're like, hey, would you go to this city? You want to go play with your ex-college coach. You want to go Live in Miami, but none of those places want him. With Kevin Durant, do you really shop him behind his fucking back? Or do you go to him first and say, Kevin, the season's been a failure. Do you want out? Like, are you inclined to re-sign with us if we give you the money you want? Because we'll give you obviously we're going to give you the money you want. But do you want out? Like, do you want us to talk to other teams? Like, we're getting calls, but we don't want to get rid of you. Do you want to go to a better situation? We want to do right by you. Isn't that how you handle the situation? Not allow him to be quote-unquote blindsided? That's not a word I want.
Euphoria, not even Lindsey Smith. Yes, Lindsey Smith got the boot, but not only Lindsey Smith, we lost Sophie Cunningham too.
Brian says, yes, Gabe. Trade him behind his back. I'm just saying, if you wanted to play it the way the Suns played it, which was having their cake and eating it too, I think KD's the guy you go to first. And you ask him, because you were going to have to ask him anyways. He shut down the trade to Golden State. You got to go to him first.
Cook your the trade for Luka was rigged. The assets the Lakers were going to use but did not use for the Luka deal ended up being used to get Mark Williams. So let me just add a little bit more fuel to your little this was rigged fire.
It just, something feels wrong about it, and something feels like they're expecting people to be dumb and just act like they don't know how silly it is that no one else got a chance to, like Brian saying, stop the steal. You know?
That's not your line, Gabe. That's not your line. That's not your line. That's not your line.
I'm ready for a nap. The type of nap that kings take. Okay? Oh, man. Please do something. Do something. 15 minutes.
And I just keep refreshing, bro. Should have went to work today. This is uneventful.
Oh, seriously, bro. We should have slept all day. Got caught up on our sleep.
Well, I got caught up on my sleep, actually. Technically, you're the one who didn't get caught up on their sleep. That's the difference between me and you. That's why I'm built different. Okay.
That's why you're built Ford
tough. Oh man, we built Ford tough over here, unlike you, Gabe.
Yeah, Brady, definitely.
And the Pistons plan on keeping Dennis Schroeder. They're not planning on getting rid of him, so that's out there as well.
I don't even want Dennis Schroeder. Dennis Schroeder doesn't help us. By the way, we didn't talk about it, but I'm one of the people that feels like Coach Bud is ruining Ryan Dunn's confidence.
Think so?
He's barely playing him. We've come to find out now that him being a starter was more about getting Bradley Beal on the bench than it was about Ryan Dunn earning a starting position in Bud's eyes, because Bud just threw that to the wind after a couple of starts. And,
so let me say this. So this is where I would say
he's not playing him lately.
If you want, this is where I would say credit to firing Bud if that comes out. If you can find yourself a coach again that is able to which this is a tough task, right? Manage the stars that you have while also knowing how to develop young players. I know it's such a hard task because usually most coaches are just veteran coaches, or you get a young coach that could develop young players, right? There's no like in between. I think that would be more beneficial to you to find a coach like that. Bob says, so when did Kevin Durant specifically say verbatim that he didn't know this is going on behind his back? The report came out yesterday that he said he didn't want to get traded, and now it came in today. Grizzlies reportedly made a call on Kevin Durant.
That would have been interesting.
Blop, blop. Windhorse says that the trade talks had been happening for 10 days now. And so Kevin Durant then said that he doesn't want to get traded to the Warriors. That was as of what, yesterday or 2 days ago? Yesterday. So clearly the talks were happening for 10 days behind his back. That's kind of the tracking that we're thinking now.
That's a good question. Dom says, who developed Cam and McHale? We did.
Who developed Cam and McHale? Money.
It's true. Got that hitch.
And he did that while doing what? Managing CP3 and Devin Booker, who was a rising star at the time. Yes, I'm using the word star.
Oh, man. What did we do? What did we do to ourselves, Sundo? Hello, Katie. We're almost done.
Yeah, everybody's happy that Nurk's gone, though. Big
That's
Rook,
true.
for sure.
I
Like,
mean,
that's
you gotta
really.
hold on to that.
So at least that's your positive.
That's a lot of money gone. And it's gone at the end of the year. That could really end up, like, think about how excited we're going to be at the end of this season when Nurk and his money are gone. And we didn't have to take back the money for more than what we were already on the line for this year. It's a really
Gambo,
good
16
start.
seconds ago, we are all ready for the summer of 25. Let the speculation begin. So he's just confirming it more and more.
Oh, man. Who do we play next?
Doesn't matter.
Coach said, hey, Gabe, did you cry at any point during your wedding? No.
What a bum.
No. You know why?
He don't really love his wife like that.
I don't think my wife wants to
He don't
marry
really love
a
his wife
man
like
who's going to
that.
cry.
He don't really love his wife like that. He didn't really love his wife like that. He didn't really love his wife like that.
It's called being stoic. Y'all should try
I
it
cried like
sometime.
a baby.
No, you did not.
I sure did.
You're such a liar.
I'm not lying, bro. Go ask Mr.
Why
Sundo.
were you crying?
I don't know, nigga. I was just, bro. Come on, bro. It's just overwhelmed with emotion, bro. Like, what are we talking about? Which means I love my wife more than you love yours.
It means I'm a
I love
stoic.
my wife more than I love them. I love my wife more than you love yours.
You're just trying to get a win here because you didn't get any wins during the trade deadline.
No, a win's a win, baby. A win is a win.
Justice says Beta Sundo. Thank you.
Okay.
Alphas
Okay,
don't cry.
Okay, Justice, you want to play with me? You want to play with me?
Alphas don't cry. Alphas don't cry. Now, my wife did give me COVID during our wedding, and that was pretty frustrating.
You deserved it. See, if you would have cried, you would have got COVID.
Maybe that's why I didn't cry. I was too busy not being able to taste.
I don't know who this Max Hotter guy is, but he's upset. Washington Wizards has just waived guard Reggie Jackson. So Reggie Jackson's now in the buyout market.
Boo. Boo. 7 minutes to go, folks. Just hold on. We're going home.
Oh, you gotta love Kendrick Perkins. Kendrick Perkins on the show says, I was the real leader of the Thunder. It doesn't mean your best player is your leader. When I was with the Thunder, it wasn't KD, it wasn't Russ, it wasn't James. I was the one leading. Sorry, I had to go with my Kendrick Perkins voice. MP.
MP. He was always hating on your My Career, bro.
Man, bro.
You know. It is exciting that Nurk is gone, though, man. We gotta hold on to that. That's a W. It is a W. You know. Give Jimmy time. He'll blow up on the team that he didn't want to go to originally anyways.
He's making $60 million a year. He is doing just fine.
36 unbothered. 36 unbothered. I don't know how they're going to guard us.
And they indeed figured out.
What else did he say? I'm gonna be real mad if anybody takes us past 5 games.
The Memphis Grizzlies are trading Marcus Smart and a 2025 first-round pick to the Washington Wizards in a multi-team trade that sends 2 second-round picks to Memphis. So what's the other team?
Marcus Smart would have been a nice little consolation. You know?
In a multi-team trade. So what's the rest of the teams involved? That's what I want to know.
Come on, Suns. 4 minutes. Make our dreams come true. Bring us somebody good we had no expectations of getting. Meanwhile,
Zona says, who would have thought surrounding Kevin Durant with 13 shooting guards wouldn't work?
it's all we want.
The Los Angeles Clippers are trading Kevin Porter Jr. to the Milwaukee Bucks for your boy Beauchamp.
Who's getting Beauchamp?
The Clippers. And the Bucks are getting Kevin Porter Jr.
Come on, boys. Yeah, Kevin Porter was not hooping for the Clippers. I was
Ben Simmons is a name to watch on the buyout market.
No.
What? Is that true? Are they really,
for who? For who?
I don't know. Cleveland and Houston are teams to watch for Simmons. So did they cut him? When did that happen?
No, I'm not getting fooled. I mean, if he's free, we could bring him in for free just to laugh for the full year.
That's what I'm saying. But like, how did? Are the Nets letting them go? It's a buyout, Cameron. That's the thing. It's a buyout. So that means they have to be cutting them, bro.
Eli says, push the button. For real. Oh, man.
2 minutes left. I'm hitting that refresh. I'm just flipping that
Me
refresh.
too.
Room.
And it's... There we go.
Sacramento Kings are acquiring Jake LaRava. I don't even know how you even say that.
I don't know.
From Memphis, Jake LaRavia.
Sounds about right.
All right, there's a deal right there.
One minute. Here it comes, boys. Just hang in there. Hang tight.
Zin Varlock says Dragon Bender to Phoenix.
We're cooked. Suns are cooked. At least we got rid of Nurkic and got some guards back. It's 2:00. That's it, baby. We're on to Utah.
There's still some things coming in.
We are on to Utah.
Hold on, bro. Hold on.
It's Jover, baby.
Don't worry. There were still some deadline things coming in. Hold on.
I don't see nothing.
I know. I'm just kidding. There's always that last little push there, but
we're on to Utah. And let me tell you about what the Suns are going to do to Utah, okay? Because they're getting sick of all this disrespect. Suns are going to come out, they're going to hit it with a left. All right? Suns are going to come out, they're going to hit it with a right. All right? Suns are going to grab him like the Undertaker, lift him up, and get hit in the back by a folding chair by the third quarter. And the Suns go down. And they get their leg up, and it's a one count.
The Indiana Pacers are trading James Wiseman in cash to the Toronto Raptors.
Oh, man. You ready to lose to the Jazz?
And those facts are still coming in, bro. Kings are sending a 2028 second rounder to Memphis, plus Kobe Jones and Alex Len to Washington to acquire the Grizzlies' Jake LaRavia. As part of the Market Smart deal. So there you go. More details coming in.
Man.
Started this all off with their pursuit of Kevin Durant.
What a trade deadline, huh? Boring as shit, and you didn't get anything you wanted except for getting rid of one giant cuck. You know? J-Dunk says Suns go on a run and y'all will be praising them again. I mean, it's not like they can't still make something of their season. We just don't believe that they will.
Exactly.
Because they're not built for tough.
Not like I am. Not like Gabe is.
Sundo, okay?
Like a rock.
Like Sundo Yabusele. The vibe in the locker room's toxic right now. I'm Ramona Shelburne and I'm trying to fucking instigate some shit. Thanks, Ramona. Very helpful. We're on to the Utah Jazz. Sundo. Are you excited for this Jazz game? No? No, you say?
I'm excited for any games for the rest of the season. As a matter of fact, I'm not excited to stay up late for these whack games for the rest of the season. No hope. It's going to make this Sun season super tough.
Like a rock. We're on to the Utah Jazz, people. Okay? The Suns are going to get off of this 3-game losing streak. You think Kevin Durant plays? You think that phantom ankle injury is all better? Probably no Beal, but we get Durant back.
I'm going to be setting up my excuses, 2K God.
We're going to take this one game at a time.
One game at a time.
Okay, we're going to beat the Jazz.
Beat the Jazz.
Then we're going to beat the Nuggets.
Beat the Nuggets.
No, we're not. Let's relax because it's already getting out of hand. But who do we have after that?
I don't know.
I mean, look, I got it right here. Utah, Denver, Memphis, Houston, San Antonio. We're cooked. We're cooked. We're cooked. We are cooked. Because we're about to go on a super first of all, if we lose to the Jazz tomorrow, we're already going on a losing streak. We're already on a losing streak. It's about to get
crazy.
Bad.
ESPN's now selling the narrative KD is disrespected, et cetera, et cetera. Bro, listen to me. Why are these out here? Why is this getting out here? Gabe, I'm going to ask you this. I'm dead serious. Why does this keep getting put out there?
Because it sells.
Who's selling it?
It is going to get clicks and comments.
Who's selling it?
Sports media.
Who's selling it to the sports media?
I would think they could come up with that narrative all by themselves, honestly. That's just the narrative to play right now for clicks. You think he's letting them know? Kurt Ty says, Braun. Lakers. Probably. Stephen A.
All right, well, it's time for us to go. We're 6 minutes past, and we got rid of Nurk, and I'm happy about that, but nothing else really happened other than that. We still got those draft picks, though, so we have draft picks for the end of the season. That's a positive, folks, unless we somehow fumble those and trade those away. But, so I guess our only option is to root against the Cavaliers. Whose picks were they? It was the least favorable of who? The Timberwolves or the Cavs, right?
Yeah.
So we got to root. So we're rooting against both those teams. We're rooting for meltdowns for both those teams. But in the meantime, the Cavs just got way better, so it's not good for. So that's another L for Suns fans in a different way.
We're on to Utah.
啊 just think about it, people. Not only did we not make any moves, a move to the Cavaliers happened, and we happen to have the least favorable of their picks. Think about that. Cavs going to the NBA Finals confirmed. JK. But what a awful trade deadline. Not completely awful, but what a downer of a trade deadline for your Phoenix Suns. Shout out to Nurkic. Have fun in Charlotte. I hear that they don't like foreigners out there. Suns lose! Suns lose!